please welcome my guest for today, Bodega Rat.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hi. It is me, your local yeah, your local rodent bodega rat. I am here to be silly and do variety and cause problems on purpose, and I'm here to interrogate you.
Wait, me? Interrogate me?
Yeah, I'm here to interrogate you. I'd like you to go over your process. I want you to explain to me in great detail how you talk to VTubers. Like an example. Do an example show so that I can, steal your formula and rip you off.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so the first thing I do is I talk to the VTuber before actually talking to the VTuber. We have already gone through this process, wherein...
Oh yeah, we did go through that process.
Wherein I literally ask for the cheat sheet of what are the things to talk about. That's not the only things that we'll talk about, but it gives us places to start and basically makes me sound a little bit smarter than I might be because, boy, I just happen to know some great places to start and some ways to make the guests light up and hopefully get them to rant a little bit. It helps to entice with snacks. Also with, what else?
Have you got cheese?
Yeah,
Have you got cheese?
I do. And I also know that you do like your bacon, egg, and cheeses. So
I do. Yes, they're it's
ready.
An important part of
we didn't
diet.
plan that. She had that ready. That's impressive.
Yeah, I've got a couple tricks up my sleeve, like the trick where I turn into a phallic object. That is, or
as
the
long
trick
as it
where
won't
I pull
get me
a gun.
banned.
I'm genuinely surprised that I have not been banned yet. Like, would you like to see? I am asking for your consent.
Yes, the
like
fact that you have not been banned on your channel makes me confident enough that it will be fine here.
Okay. Then get ready. Get ready. Unbannable. Unkillable. This is the unkillable Venus. It's just a rat.
It's just
without...
a rat. You lost a couple of the layers on the model. There is nothing wrong with this.
There's nothing wrong with this at all. It's perfectly normal. A little chubby, a little small, but that's fine. I'm not ashamed of my size or stature. I am simply rat-sized.
Speaking of which, we jumped into it so fast, I forgot to ask you to introduce yourself. Obviously, a whole bunch of folks here are already familiar with you, but for anyone who might not be, what the heck is a Bodega Rat?
Oh, yeah, okay. I genuinely forget this a lot.
I mean, I know what it is. I'm asking this rhetorically, and for the others who might not know.
Rhetorically. A Venus. No, wait, not a Venus. I'm sorry, I don't need to explain a Venus. A bodega! A bodega is your local, it's like a deli. It's like a convenience store. It's like a grocery. And if you're a weeboo, imagine a konbini, except it's dirty and a cat lives there. It's really dirty. Like just layers and layers of like grime and age and dust and products that you're not sure where they're from. Are they Jamaican products? Are they Mexican products? Are they Thai products? They could be from anywhere. But whoever is in charge of the grocery, you normally get those sort of cool ethnic items. You get everything. You get everything. You get sandwiches. It's overpriced, but it's convenient. It's right down from where you live. And I feel sad for all the cities that do not have bodegas, which is all of them, maybe?
Do you consider part of a bodega to be the geographic location? The whole joke of, all right, if it's not from the Champagne region of France, it's not champagne, it's sparkling wine. If it's not in the greater New York City area, is it not actually a bodega, but just a dirty convenience store?
No. I think a bodega can be anywhere, but a bodega can't be big. It can't be more than a certain amount of square feet. Like, the bigger it is, the more it turns into a grocery store. Let's see. Like it's one room. The grocery stores are usually like just one big open area, but you never know. There could be some sort of weirdness.
Yeah. And it has to be so I've been to bodegas. I've been to New York multiple times. My general opinion, but obviously you're much more the authority, so I feel like it has to be in its own building that is not attached to a gas station. That a gas station convenience store, by definition of being attached to a gas station, can't be a bodega. It has to be its own thing.
I would agree wholeheartedly. A bodega is an independent business. Obviously all buildings have like multiple businesses in them, unless it's like a huge building or like some big sort of whatever. But yes, not attached to a gas station. There are very few. Well, I don't want to say there's like no gas stations in New York City. Obviously there's gas stations, but they're just it's you gotta make a trip. You gotta make a trip out to the gas station, and most people don't drive because the public transit works. It's not great, but it works. I have a little piece of text. I forget who said it at first, and I wish I remembered. But my stream is like the MTA in that it delays and breaks down a lot. The MTA for non-New Yorker, it's the subway.
Yeah,
it controls
the Metro
subway.
Transit Association.
Is how you get around. It's got the buses as well, but it's got everything. But the subway is, the big famous one. Everybody knows about the subway. Nobody knows about the ferry. Nobody cares about the bus. The bus is the bus.
They work most of the time. That just for all the shit that it gets, the MTA in New York actually is pretty damn solid considering.
It functions. So I would argue it's the best in the United States, but that's a low bar.
That's fair. The Boston T, when I've used it, has been pretty reliable. I've only used it a couple of times, but I was pretty impressed when I did use it. The Washington, D.C. Metro is hit or miss. I generally consider it well below the New York subway, though.
So I like to judge a transit system by how many places can you go that aren't like super populated or super this might be an unfair metric, but like what if I want to go to like bumfuck where people live? I want to go to
You want to go to residential areas.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's plenty of MTA coverage in Brooklyn and in Queens where people live, and there's even MTA coverage in Staten Island, which Staten Island is like all residential. And nobody likes going there, but it is accessible. People can go there. So the bar is below sea level. True, for specifically the United States. I have.
Well, of course it's below sea level. That it's the subway. It's underground.
Exactly. And it gets flooded in certain hurricanes. I was talking about this on stream, actually, that it was a super big deal and a super big problem when Hurricane Sandy flooded basically everything. And then I realized Hurricane Sandy was 10 years ago, and I disintegrated into dust immediately.
I was thinking, wait a minute, Sandy, I remember that, but that was a while back. Did they loop back and use the name again and I missed something?
They probably can. What is the statute of limitation on hurricane names?
I don't know, but I also feel like if a hurricane is beyond a certain level and causes as much damage as something like Sandy did, that they probably retire the name.
Have there been any Katrinas? When was that, 2006?
Gosh, that had to have been 2005?
Definitely mid.
Yeah.
God.
Now we're both turning into dust.
Right
Damn
now.
it.
Yeah. I mean, okay. How many Hurricane Katrinas? Question mark. Has been used for 3 tropical storms. Cause it says 2005 is when it happened. Okay, I think it's retired. Because the last Hurricane Katrina was the 2005 one.
Yeah, that one in particular, like, if it's a level 1 hurricane and it's, all right, it caused some wind damage and a little bit of inconvenience, they'll probably go back and use it again. But I feel like if you're going to get to a category 4 and above, that you're just automatically disqualified and you're not going to be used again.
So I'm looking at the stuff for Sandy, and it's only bringing up information about not 2013, 2012, which makes me feel even more maybe that's been retired too. I feel like it was a big storm, but the damage it caused was more than how much of a storm it was.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't. I'm the big bummer topic right off the bat.
Another rule of talking to VTubers: let tangents happen, follow them, and then when you get to the end of the tangent, you wrap back and ask yourself, "How the hell did we get there? Huh? That was fun." I can definitely say that in 122 episodes, I don't think that I have talked about hurricane naming retirement with anybody else. So there you go. Already breaking new ground here, Bodega.
Let's go. I do a lot of art streams, and those are just chatting. That's just. Or, well, some people are more focused on the art. Some people do like a media share with the art stream, but I tend to go like I would like to make the general assumption that streamers like to talk. It's groundbreaking. Nobody's thought of this ever before.
Certainly not.
I'm so smart. But yeah.
So for the starting soon screen, which this isn't going to be up on the YouTube VOD, but the link will be down in the video description, we watched a cover that you were part of recently, the iconic Nico Nico Douga medley.
Kumikyoku. The first one that they made 16 years ago. Speaking of
again,
old
turning
things,
into dust.
Yeah. So Kumikyoku is so old that it predates the popularity of Hatsune Miku. So that you might have noticed there's no Vocaloid songs in that medley. It's all like
that before,
songs
but you're
from,
right. It was all Idolmaster.
Yeah, exactly. So the next medley that was released, suddenly, maybe like a quarter of them. I haven't listened to the second medley that was produced recently. More Vocaloid, just hit after hit after hit of like classic Miku, and it's very interesting how much that shaped Japanese internet culture, and then that sent waves over here and is now and is now also very, very old.
Yes, well, Miku actually just this past week celebrated her 16th birthday. And so there's been a whole bunch of Miku art and covers and just a lot of memories about Miku. And I remember, for me, like many, to be fair, my first exposure to Miku was, I don't remember how the video of The World Is Mine came to my attention. I don't know if it was some social media or if a friend showed it to me, but I saw that video and was like, wow, that's pretty cool and this is catchy. I didn't end up sort of falling down that particular rabbit hole, but I remember seeing it relatively early on, and it's sort of fun to think, all right, in a lot of ways, Miku kind of laid the groundwork for VTubing. That
exactly,
for the concert tech in particular, that the stuff that HoloLive uses to this day is very reminiscent of what you see from that video 15, 16 years ago.
I want to say like one of the first Miku concerts was like 2009, 2010, and I saw like a re-upload of like less than good. The recording of it was.
It was a recording in 2009. By definition, It was not good.
Which is crazy to think, because I'm certain there's gonna people are gonna look back at like the Hollow concerts 10 years from now and be like, man, they were okay with that. Why would they be okay with that kind of recording? But yeah, crunchy audio and video, but it's what we had. And I remember thinking, wow, that's so cool. She's 2D, but she moved in real life. And actually, I attended in 2014. There was a Miku concert held in New York. I think it was LA, New York, and I want to say Singapore or Indonesia.
I know they had a wider Miku Expo concert tour. I think it was somewhere around 2017-18.
So the Miku Expo happens like it comes to the States every 2 years. So there was 2014, 2016. There was, I went to the 2018. And there was going to be a 2020, and that
didn't happen for obvious reasons.
Yeah. I actually, OmoCat really did like the t-shirt designs for all of the years, and so I bought like ahead of time because I am a fan of their art. The Miku Expo 2020 t-shirt, and so I have this shirt that I wear pretty often.
The shirt for the concert that never happened. In some ways that has to be a collector's item now, because how many would they have expected to sell on site at these concerts that they just didn't?
A bunch, I guess that it is not a collector's item because I've worn it to just do everyday things. Okay, do you do this thing where items are meant to be used, so if I have a shirt, even if it's a nice shirt, I'll just wear it, and if life happens, then
it happens. That's the whole thing. Like you said, stuff is meant to be used. That it is a shirt. That when I say it's sort of a collector's item, I mean just the sheer existence of it. That it not necessarily that it's going to be one that you preserve or look to sell down the line, but that it is a collector's item, but you're using it, and goodness knows I'm not going to buy a shirt if I'm not planning on wearing it.
At least it has to have like a good design, or good design or plain, basically. I mean, obviously I'm not wearing any clothes right now. I'm a rat. But hypothetically, if I was wearing a shirt, it would have nothing on it and just be the cotton. I don't know, some kind of imagine a shirt. Picture it in your mind.
Picture it with me, chat.
Again, a strange tangent. The mid-cloth material. Yeah, so I was part of the Kumikyoku chorus that was, yeah, now imagine a hat. Actually, I should bring this up. I'm going to change. I'm gonna change real quick. Where is it? Here it is! Yeah! Okay. I made this for a single stream. It is part of the model. I'm not there. Yeah, the OG. And I got a funny little sombrero to have for fun times. Yeah.
I mean, why not? It's a very fashionable hat.
Thank you. I am incredibly fashionable, and in no way look like I don't know. This is the scruff. This is the OG scruff. This is not just scruff, but scuff. Like, can I? Oh, I can wink. Cool. Yee. What else can I do? Is the help box just selling help box? Wait, is there something on? Oh no, the help box. There's a lot of fun things in my background.
You sell only the finest of items at your bodega.
Yeah, exactly. I've got all stuff and cool it and fix me and help, and NTR juice, and above that you'll see NTR juice with extra strength. For
those days when you just need a little bit more.
Yeah, only certain people go to buy that. I look at them and I'm like, okay. But
they always try to say that they're buying it for a friend.
Exactly, and it's like, no, I don't need this. I just got that.
But hey, as long as they're paying.
Paying, it's. I will not look currency in the mouth. Is that how it goes? I won't.
Something like that. Close enough. I am curious, like, do no ways sell very well, or is that one of the more niche items?
No ways? No ways.
Second shelf, far right.
Far right is placebo. Oh wait, no ways. No way. It sells an okay amount. The only thing that doesn't really sell, is the all stuff, because it's like, what does it actually do? And I go, all of it, and they look at me with like a raised eyebrow. And I go, yeah, it does it all. You know, it's a jack of all trades. But if it's a jack of all trades, then it's a master of none. Is
I mean, I look at that and I say, okay, so all stuff is just it's knockoff brand ibuprofen. Does everything.
Does ibuprofen do everything? I typically
does a lot.
It does do a lot. A lot of those sort of things do everything. Just all. Do you get the? So, I get the gel caps because it acts faster, but I always feel bad getting it because it's more expensive to get the gel caps. But then again, it's like if you I need it. I need my feel better pill, and I need it now. Yeah, true. I do sell a lot of catnip, but I don't. You have to ask specifically about catnip. I do not have it front and center. You need don't tell it. But you need a license. You need a license to sell catnip, and
it has to be kept under lock and key. You're only allowed to sell customers a certain amount per day.
Exactly. And you have to card everybody before doing so. Though it is a time-honored tradition, you know, at a bodega to pick up a Lucy. And that's also very hush-hush, like, not advertised.
Don't worry, I won't tell anybody if you don't.
Yeah. I don't like to, you know, it's a bad habit, but sometimes you just need to take the edge off, and something pots and kettles. I will not mhm. Just do it outside. Don't do it in the bodega. Do it even if it's a vape. Go do it outside. It smells bad. I hate that cotton candy super sweet smelling stuff.
Certainly no art of such things exists.
Yeah, no, nothing. What? No, I'd never draw something like that. No, I'm say so. I'm totally say so. You believe me,
yeah,
right?
Of course.
Yeah. My
Definitely
butt
do not
stains
have
say
any evidence whatsoever. Don't worry.
There's no evidence.
Anyway, Nico Nico Douga.
Yeah.
Like I said,
I'm
let
sorry,
tangents happen. Let them go to their natural conclusion, and then find your way back and be like, how the hell did that happen? I don't know.
If you... Okay. My good friends, Nanase Kane of Nanase fame, organized... Thank you for shouting them out. Organized it with a lot of help. Well, he did the mixing and the initial idea, maybe? Possibly? Sort of. Also, Yusha-kun, I think that's one word, also did lots of the vocals, lots of the organizing, lots of the reaching out to people, lots of the, things happening. And then the editor for the video is Based Bug. They are not a streamer, but they do a lot of, VTuber clips and highlight videos and very funny shit posts. So all the credit goes to them. That team of lads made something incredible and hunted people down for their assets and their vocal tracks, and I was simply a part of it. And also there's at the very end there's a TV PNG of all the participants, and I did those illustrations because I wanted everybody to have a silly matching PNG, because it's nice. It's just nice. It's nice to see that.
Yeah, and we will actually see some of those later. And
Yeah,
I have to admit, when I was watching and hearing that, I was getting a little bit emotional that I did not actually really grow up watching Nico Nico Douga stuff, that I've only had a couple interactions with it, that I was certainly online at the time, and it found its way to me, and it's an earworm, certainly. It's the type of thing that you remember, and it's just so wild, and it has so many references, but for whatever reason, just seeing it again, because it's not something that I've seen for a while, and then seeing you and so many others, it felt kind of emotional of just... I have to assume that everybody who was involved has some memories of their own of it. And do you remember the first time that you saw any version of it?
Oh, it's gotta be... It must have been a re-upload on YouTube. And... Okay, I'm trying to, think, how much Nico Nico did I watch? As because it is well known that I am old. All of this is high school memory, and then later college memory. It must have been somebody who took the original video and then uploaded it onto YouTube, because back in the day you could not have... You needed to have a Nico Nico account to watch a Nico Nico video. You couldn't just be not signed in, how you can not be signed in to YouTube. 2, you needed to fill out a form. The sign up form was in Japanese, and Google Auto Translate was not as yet. Yeah,
I was gonna say it was either not nearly as good as it is now, or just not developed yet. I don't think it was back at that point. So you were just sort of either trying to translate by hand, because there were a couple internet translators that you could use, but then you were going to be copy pasting in basically every field to figure out, okay, what's going on here, and that goodness knows that's something that very few people were going to want to do, and that, yeah, a whole bunch just wound up on YouTube because also back then they weren't exactly doing content curation and making sure people weren't uploading people's videos from elsewhere without credit quite frequently. But such it as it was in that time.
So I remember seeing a post on Tumblr that was, here's how you make an account, and it had like all the things translated. And I remember the sign up asked for your prefecture, like where do you live in Japan? and and I just put like the first option because I don't. But it was so I watched a lot of Nico Nico. As soon as I like had that Tumblr translation, I had like, you know, my passwords and username saved, and I watched stuff on Nico Nico, but I didn't like, there was like a Vocaloid tag and I would sort by like most popular, and I ran into this one video that was a weekly show called Vokaran, as in like the Vocaloid ranking, and it would play like a 30-second snippet of like the top 30, I think, tracks of that week on Nico Nico, and then like the top 5 or top 3 were given like 1 minute's worth, and it would like show the URL for each video. So I remember like finding the show and being like, whoa, music, oh my god, cool music. And so I'd like meticulously copy paste the numbers, because each like URL at the time, I think it was just like a series of numbers, but it was relatively short. It was like 6 digits or something, and like folders of bookmarks of like each week's, like, okay, here's what I liked from this week, here's what I liked from this week. And I remember being incredibly angry in like 2011 because the song Senbon Zakara was there for like an entire year. I think or maybe like there were some tracks that just never left, and I was like, no, please give something else a shot or something. But that was how I found much of the music that I listened to, and that's why you hate the song Bass.
Yeah, just
it's so overplayed.
The arc of, this is really good, this is awesome, I'm a little tired of this, oh god, this is so overdone, why is this not going away? And especially when there is that type of ranking that it almost becomes a meme unto itself of, okay, this is now perpetually in the #1 spot, and that if people see it trending downward, that the diehard fans of that thing are going to push extra hard to make sure that it actually stays up there.
Yeah, I can only imagine now, because Vocaloid used to be way more indie, and now it's a lot less that. Hello, Machacha. I didn't say hello to everybody. I'm so sorry. I didn't say hello. Hello, Machacha. Hello, Kane. Hello, Macaroni. Hello, Nix. Hello, Melkor. Hello, Sinsaga. Hello, Chromesner. Hello, Yoshi. Hello, Horatio. Hello, Flamebird. Hello, Zentricus. Hello. I said Melkor. Hi. Anyway,
this is why you're the full-time streamer. This is why you're the streamer who, is good at streaming, and I am not.
It's okay. So everybody has different styles, and I like to give a lot of attention to chat because I'm lonely. Because it feels like the polite thing to do.
And you're my favorite customer.
Exactly. You are my favorite customer. I would never lie. I would never, ever, ever, ever lie. Ever. Never. I'm glad people appreciate it. I know it can get when chat big and zoom in, it gets a little tricky to, and I know that I've said hello to people multiple times in a single stream because I simply like, did I say hi? I'll do it again just to make sure. And then I'm afraid, oh no, the other people will get jealous because I said hi
Yeah,
to
then I
that
said
person twice.
2 times them, and then
It yeah. But yeah, Vocaloid is way less indie than it was in like 2010 and sometimes I'm like, take me back.
It was a more innocent time, to be sure. I think that's the other part of why watching that medley was a bit emotional. Just it brought back memories of that time. That the nostalgia is very, very real.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's it was nostalgic at the time. Like, it was all like the popular anime at the time, but some of it was like there were parts of the song that are from like Dragon Quest or like the early Final Fantasies, or like there's like a track that's like from Mario RPG. It's very much let's look back on the cool meme things that were our childhood. Like, okay, what's something recent that's like very much a throwback to childhood?
Something recent that's a throwback.
Like, there's a lot of early 2000s core graphics. What is the style for it? I know there's like a name, but like the whole aesthetic of Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, it's like round and bubbly.
Cell shaded.
No, not necessarily cell shaded. It's like a typography style. It's like an illustration style. It's like Gene Famous's brand. It's kind of KK's brand as well. It's like a very specific aesthetic, and it's early 2000s core.
Sort of like
and I'm seeing it. Maybe.
Kind of?
Maybe. I'm
it's
seeing
not
it everywhere now.
Vaporwave is 80s.
And Vaporwave isn't cool anymore. Vaporwave is not
Chat, if any of you can remember better than us old folk, please remind us. Our memories are going.
Yeah, Vaporwave was definitely okay. Did you know about C-Punk? I feel like C-Punk was a thing for like a single year. In like 2013, I remember seeing like a documentary about C-Punk, and it was like a kind of it was like, oh, let's put barnacles on our jackets instead of like, you know, those stud metal things, and like specifically like it was a very Vaporwave adjacent. Is Macintosh Plus a VTuber for real? Or are they a VTuber like, oh, I'll stream like once a month or something? Or I guess you can still be a VTuber if you're not streaming constantly. It's fine. It's a very wide field. Everybody. Oh, okay. I'm gonna. I think I've heard that name before. Also, I'm sorry if I'm talking. Talking a lot.
How dare you talk on my talk show?
I know, criminal. You should arrest me.
I would, but I don't have handcuffs that would fit you.
Do you have hands? Are you a disembodied voice?
I am and have always been a disembodied voice, yes.
Mm-hmm,
Largely because I was not creative enough to think of a VTuber model of my own. Vtuber Talk came into existence because in 2020, a lot of things weren't happening and I had too much time on my hands, and I fell into the rabbit hole and wanted to do something with my time, but I didn't have enough time to be a full-time streamer or even really a consistent streamer, nor did I have any inspiration for a model. So that, through a couple other combinations of inspirations, led me to a talk show, and I decided to just be like, okay, well, at the very least, if I'm a disembodied voice, that means I can keep the spotlight on my guests, that I'm not going to be a distraction that way. It's just easier for me. I was running off of a crappy MacBook at the time that probably couldn't have run VTube Studio anyways, and it just kept things simple and still haven't had any ideas. So here we are today.
Thank you for getting bored in 2020 and making the show. I've enjoyed many episodes. Thank you for having me as a guest. I'm honored. I don't think I said thank you on the show yet, but I was very, very hyped to get a DM from you, and it's thank you.
I'm happy that you were interested. Goodness knows this show literally does not exist without the guests. While I could probably talk to myself for a little bit, it would not be nearly as entertaining.
Well, I have a lot of fun with collabs. It makes it's bouncing off people. You can bounce off chat, you can bounce off yourself, you can bounce off the voices in your head, but you never know what's gonna come from another sentient creature. If you're bored, okay, I have, if you're bored, go talk to a stranger and like meet somebody. This is like horrible advice for introverts, or people in general. This is bad advice. But you never know what's gonna happen, with another human. So if you're bored, go put another human in your life by talking to them, and you won't be bored.
Well,
it
what
might
is
be
browsing
bad.
around on Twitch or YouTube and looking for new streams to tune into, if not going around and trying to, put new people in your life that it might be, parasocial stuff, all that jazz of, streamer is not your friend, but that it is still in its own way getting new people into your life, and that there is interaction in chat, and that no, it is not necessarily, making a friend at school type of thing, but that there is a non-zero level of interaction happening, and that you are bringing someone else's ideas, creativity, entertainment into your life. And
New ideas.
Surprise, I like talking to people. And I was like, I really want to talk to people. And I've been watching a lot of VTubers lately. It would be neat to talk with them. Wait a minute. There could be something here.
I might have an idea. Maybe. Possibly. I gotta workshop it a bit.
Well, what if I could scam people into having conversations with me?
My brain's exploding. I wanted to say that I think this is a common thing. I tend to imagine the people that I talk to as their icon on whatever social media they're on. So you appear to me as
colored bars.
Color test. Color test screen. That works. It works out. And I've had some I like to have something goofy or silly as my icon, or I feel like more often than not I default to like, okay, what is the most, like, how do I do brand recognition and have it be like a PNG that's like similar across all social fields, but I also like being silly, and I changed a while back. I changed it to a fan art that was drawn by Nyx, actually. Thank you. And my friend went, you sound cool. And I'm like, how do I sound cool? I am talking to you through text. I am the same person. And they're like, nah, you look really cool in that fan art. So now you sound cool. You give the aura of like a cool and calm and collected person. And also, that's not you. Go back to being silly.
For me, the color bars was, again, me having no inspiration whatsoever for an actual designer model for myself. I didn't have a logo at the time, and I just figured, all right, what is something that is going to, marketing side, one of the few marketing thoughts I had when it came to Vtuber Talk, what will make someone think of TV and talking and talk shows. All right, the color bars are a nice layup, and it has good contrast and will appear very cleanly on social media. And it's a public type of image. I don't need to worry about credit. I don't need to get an artist. It's very easy. Also, why crying?
Oh, it's okay. It's the crying or. Okay, I don't want to assume what your emotions are, but I'm going to assume that your emotion is, oh, I'm happy. Oh wait, why? Oh wait, I just realized that. Okay, I had a tear. I had a tear. I typed some numbers. And
oh,
that's
and did
what
it
happened.
accidentally activated a toggle?
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think what I'm talking about is very sad or really even like necessarily emotional enough to warrant a happy cry, but.
I was just being absent-minded.
You're good.
There's
you're
a
good.
clip. There's a clip with Corone that I think about a lot, where somebody in chat goes, "Why angry?" and she's got like the angry eyebrows on, and she goes, "Oh, no angry," and then switches it up. It's just like a cute little. But no, I really my favorite emotion. I think this is me most of the time. I love how it flies in.
The fly-in is everything.
Yeah.
Everybody has the angry emote on their model, as they should. It is a good standard reaction emote. But the fly-in, it's not just all right. The eyebrows fade in, or that you have them always and then they tilt down a bit. That's next level. I cannot think of anybody else that I have seen. Not just among folks I've interviewed. I don't know if I've seen anybody else with a fly-in emote.
That is, I rigged like 50% of the model myself. I am not a good live 2D rigger at all. So I talked to my friend Calavera VT, I think is their name. I just call them Cal. But I talked to them and they're like, "Hey, you should do that. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do that." And they helped me with a lot of the rigging of this model. I'm not angry right now. I'm sorry. I'm not angry right now. I just wanted to show the eyebrows because it's silly. It's super silly, and they fly out, and it's just extremely good. It's extremely good, and I have to show it off. Because it's important. It's important to know that emphasis when they hit my head, you gotta know, hey, this is serious.
And again, how did we get there? I don't know. See, we were talking because it was Nico Nico Douga. Kane organized the thing. See here, designs, flying angry eyebrows. Usually I'm pretty good at remembering the backwards threads. Congrats, you got me lost. Well done.
I've
like no, legitimately, like that's achievement unlocked. It is impressive in its own right.
I guess my thought train is tangled in a very strange.
I know the way we got here was logical somehow. That there was a thread that we followed, and we just sort of may have burned the thread behind us as we went forward. Oops.
I think I tend to. The offshoots of my when my brain be chugging along, I'll okay. I think a lot of streamers have ADHD. Specifically spelled. I spell it a specific way because it's high definition. And so the threads of thought are scattered, tangentially related, and you're grasping for those threads, but when you grasp it, it's like, ooh, I gotcha.
But
and then you see another
at the same
sort
time,
of thing and grab at that.
But when you're streaming, even if it's just being on a collab in stream, that your mind is inherently running a little bit faster than usual, paying attention to a couple more things than usual. So you're already being pulled a little bit extra in terms of mental strain. So even though I can't necessarily remember how we got to where we got, I remember that the conversation in that whole flow, that was really good. Whatever we just did worked. It was fine. That's a success. And, as a host, I'm totally happy with that. That I know along the lines of how we went, that was really good conversation. And was that planned? No. But that's good. So another lesson for how to steal my formula. Just let it happen.
Thank you.
Just let it happen. As long as the vibes are good, as long as the guest is happy, that's good. That's really all that matters at the end of the day. And that's very much how I approach the show, of just, I'll bend over backwards to make sure that the guest is having a good time. I have gone on record, and this is part of why sometimes, I'm not as good about shouting out chat, that I've said before. Chat, I love each and every one of you for taking time out of your day to be here for any amount of time to support me or to support Rat. It doesn't matter who you're here for.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. You're not my priority. The guest is always my number one priority, and so I end up, mentally not paying attention to chat as much, past making sure, all right, nothing profane and terrible is going on in there, that I keep an eye on it. But that's why I don't respond quite as much.
Get a load of this guy not paying attention to you. You guys are the funniest, are the smartest guys in the room. He doesn't know the secret sauce. The secret sauce of just like relying on you guys for all your jokes. Oh my god, I can't believe this guy doesn't get it.
You're missing out on the meta.
It's all good. It's
I'm razzing. I'm being silly.
So, how long was that Nico Nico Douga medley in flight? I think I saw it was somewhere around a year.
So, January. The server was made, I think, late January, and I know for a fact, like, I've not me specifically, but we've my friend group, people in my wider circle, and I'm sure like other streamers as a whole, because all this Nico stuff is very, very nostalgic for a lot of us, have wanted to do a project like this. So now one of my friends, specifically Kane, was like, okay, I'm doing it. I'm gonna take the action. I'm gonna take the action and make it happen. And so the server was made around January, and they said, hey, submit your tracks by May, because this gives a lot of time for the participants to properly do the best recording that they want to do. And so most people put it off, and a lot of life happened. And so it's
and
like,
then
okay.
It was a mad scramble probably for the last 2 weeks of May.
So actually, it did, I think sometime in May, it's like, hey, putting it off July. I don't think there was a direct date given, but I remember being like, hey, I'm sorry, can I still submit? And he's like, yeah, no worries, it's cool, don't even, it's fine. There's and then in like late July, a lot of people were submitting their tracks because of the season. I think VTubers tend to be all over the place in terms of age range, but this isn't everybody. But I know a lot of people are maybe outside of streaming some kind of education, either as a teacher or as a student, So it turns out that summer is a time where a lot of people have a lot of free time. And so
and that May usually ends up being very busy.
Exactly. So a lot of people were able to work on it then. Yeah, exactly. I heard, I'm pretty certain that Germa was a teacher before being a full-time streamer. So it somehow, getting up in front of a class is similar to entertaining chat and wrangling a bunch of rowdy ruffians, and there's a lot of similarities.
I've never
What do you-
thought
what do you
about it
know?
in those terms before, but you're not wrong.
Cleo, Mako, a friend, Elliot. I think Mint was also in education.
Tane.
Yeah. So tons of people end up somehow. Yeah. That is the end of the thought. Streamers are teachers, and maybe there's another Germa out there ready to quit their teaching job and go be Germa again. I don't know.
Did you have a particular segment in the Nico Nico Douga collab that you were just right from the get-go, I really, really want to be in this segment. Please let me be in this segment.
So I know singing is not my forte. I was just doing it for fun, and I did the whole thing because it's cool and fun and nostalgic. Oh yeah, babysitting is also similar. So I did the whole thing, and I said just whatever's fine. I guess I would have preferred the silly. I'm happy. I'm happy with the end result. I have no complaints. The part where all 4 of my bros are together makes my heart happy. Yeah, I'm not picky when it comes to vocal stuff. I'm just happy to be here.
Well, I can tell that you still have it memorized because as we were watching it during the starting soon screen, that at first I could see your model just bouncing in time with it. It was like, oh yeah, she's absolutely watching right now and keeping up. And then somewhere about halfway through, you just started mumbling the lyrics. and just that. But, you know, it's very obvious that even though you probably listened to that medley a ungodly number of times in the past several months, that you still enjoy it. You were still just, you know, having a good time. But do you hear it in your dreams? Have you had a Nico Nico Douga dream?
I don't think I've had. Okay. I haven't had a Nico Douga dream. Recently I've had a Hollow Cure dream. I see the fucking little triangle bits to collect when I close my eyes. And that's how you know you have to stop.
When you see this in your dream, is it the top-down view of playing the game, or is it now first person?
It's top down. I don't want to be there surrounded by oncoming hordes of shrimps and and chickens and skeletons. Do not.
Very understandable.
Yeah. Yes, the exterminator does need to be called. But also, this is my shop.
Yeah.
This is my shop.
It's her shop. That we need to call the exterminator to make sure there's no cats around.
Exactly. Oh God, there's so many cats that hang around me. I've grown friendly with them. We have a tenuous, don't get too close, okay? Please. Wait, I'm looking. Don't get too close. I'm ready. But yes, because of all the cats around, I've started. I sell some like cat products, some catnip, maybe some food, that would keep them calm and not eating me. Please do not eat. Please.
I mean, it can't be easy with all the cat girls running around in the VTuber community. There's just so many and not enough rats or even rat girls, frankly.
I'm okay. I'm happy being unique. I'm not, I know as like an animal person, I'm not the most unique, but I'm okay with it. I'm there. I was gonna say, like, in a universe I was Bodega Cat, but no, I don't think. I think I'm too much of like a hipster to ever like go with the obvious answer to something like what kind of animal do you want to kin with for the rest of your existence? Maybe not the entire rest of the existence, but yeah, contrarian. I enjoy going against the grain or something.
You're a rock. That's right, you are a rock.
You've decided to kin a rock.
And I have seen a rock VTuber.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple. It's not the It is. It's there's gonna be somebody else who does what you do. I've seen specifically 2 other people who are Bodega Cats, 2 other VTubers who are Bodega Cats. It's so you said you've been to New York.
Yes.
A bodega, all bodegas, all of them, in the city, they got a cat. There's a cat that lives at the bodega. It drives out the rats. Unfortunately, our kind can't really shop in peace, but it lives there. And there is a Twitter that I would like you to link. That is an extremely good Twitter. And it's just called Bodega Cats, and it's an image of a cat. Who doesn't love a Twitter where it's an image of a cat? I look at that. I look at that cat, and I think shop meow meow. It's a shop meow meow. It's hanging out at the shop. It's keeping the shop safe. You can go to the shop and you can pet the shop cat, and somebody showed me a TikTok actually where it's like, this is the tourist trap of New York. If you bend down to pick up this quarter that is glued to the street, picking that up turns you into a cat, and you will now live at a bodega for the rest of your existence. And it's like, yeah, that's a pretty good existence.
Yeah, it could be worse.
It could be worse. You get lots of pets, you get lots of food, and just hang out in the shop. It's fine. But yeah, so I have seen 2 other VTubers that are specifically Bodega Cats. But I am the only Bodega Rat, and the best, the original. Nobody
never done before, one of a kind, pre-packaged, very conveniently sized. Take it wherever you need, and lots of narratives that obviously the meme, the jargon, the double R rat for narrative. Was that intentional, or did you sort of realize, okay, I'm interested in having the rat design anyways, and then went with it? I very rarely ask my guests about their designs, but like for that specific case, what came first, the rat or the narrative idea?
Ooh, okay, I think, yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to like backtrack because when in 2020, when I first discovered VTubers, and I thought I could do that. That's see them do it. I can do that. And I downloaded Live 2D, and I got to work drawing an image. And I thought, I don't want to rig the mouth, so I'm going to draw a girl wearing a mask. And then I thought, okay, what is the deal? What world does this person live in? And I thought, a deli. I am the person in the deli. The people come by and they hang out and they buy a sandwich, and I'm here doing my art or whatever. I thought I would stream in 2020. It was probably art.
Did this happen because you were missing going to bodegas because of lockdown? Or perhaps you made the rare venture out, and did any of this occur to you while in a bodega?
Probably. That sounds plausible. I was mostly kind of like grasping. I wanted like an aesthetic. I wanted a strong aesthetic I could grab, and something like relatively unique. And sandwich shop, there's a deli store. It's a very modular concept. Mm-hmm. And like items can be like it can just be like an image that you put in and out. And I was always like into the shop as a concept for a streamer. And I thought, okay, there can be bits, there can be characters, there can be people that come to the shop to hang out.
The regulars.
And yeah, the regulars. And the first idea was a rat girl, because I imagine the existence that VTubers are is like some kind of world where animal people and normal people and robots and demons and just all sorts of, crazy creatures exist in. So I thought, yeah, there's this rat girl who loves being a bit of a gossip. They talk about all the new rumors that are coming out, and I was very not stuck, but dissatisfied with the concept of my character, because it felt very unfleshed. It felt too complicated and not fleshed out enough at the same time. It wasn't obvious what my character was just by looking at it. And so then I'm like, oh, here's this like side character that's like a rat girl. And also drawing this and rigging this was done 3 days, maybe. A very short amount of time. It took a very small amount of time to create this. And I just wanted to start streaming. I wanted to get my feet on the ground. I wanted to do it. And I'm like, fuck it. I'm gonna be a rat. I can draw a lot of rats really fast. Like the idea started as a rat gossip girl. That sounds entertaining, I guess. But then the function of the design became apparent, and I thought, you know what? I just want to boot up OBS and get started, and so here I am. And then I started. Oh God, it's so scuffed. It's so. There's just faces. It's silly. It's a very silly and weird creature, and then I decided, no, cute. Make me cute. Make me cuter. And then I made this. And
add a little roundness, make the eyes a bit bigger.
Yeah, exactly.
Fluff it up a bit, and boom, you got an adorable little mascot.
I might be bringing the original Deli character back in like a different form. I already did like an April Fool's bit where it's not the original character. It's completely different and new, but it does use that design because while it was weird and dumb and ill-defined in terms of personality, the design I was very happy with. And I thought, I want to use it. I drew this. I want to use it. So might appear in a different form, in a different, not a different medium, but people got characters. People play a part, and I know you had Congo on a while back, and he does like a lot of different characters, and I super anybody who plays characters, I think, wow, you're so cool. You're so that's a really cool thing to do with the medium. Acting fun. Yeah, that is my tangent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's one of the things that makes life interesting, goodness knows, for me as a host, that VTubing, there is no right way to do it. That you can be a PNG, you can have a model, it can be an animal, it can be an animal-human hybrid, it can be a fantastical creature, you can have tons and tons of lore, you can have none at all, and it can be just you, very blatantly you. Some people have deep emotional connections to their models, others just see the model as a toy, and that's all fine. And that, everybody has those different inspirations, those different stories, those different interests, and that for me, that means that I'm always getting new and different stuff here on the show. And like I said, surprise, surprise, the talk show host is an extrovert who likes talking to people, and that's part of why the show exists, because there isn't a right way to do it.
It's I'm very lucky to have met so many people thanks to streaming, with different put another person in your life, get another viewpoint, look at how they see the world, gain information and perspective. Yeah, that's the most important tool. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. I like information and seeing points of view and getting as wide of a picture of the world as you possibly can, I think.
Mm-hmm. And that very much extends into the games and the media that you enjoy, that you enjoy narratives. That I know one of your favorite games is one that we can't really talk about because I haven't played it and I know that I need to play it, but spoilers for this particular game are very important, and that's Outer Wilds, a game that I don't think I have heard anybody who has played the game say anything that is less than glowing about it.
It's one of the best games ever made. Everybody in chat, play it. I am no longer asking. Play it. You will have a fun time. It's interesting. It's and it's all about acquiring information and learning and lore, and it's after playing it, I don't want to say like I had an existential breakdown. It's a very reflective, and it makes you think. It makes you think, and you think, and after I finished the game, I called my parents because I thought I want to talk to my family, or like it makes you want to touch grass and experience life and like experience people, I guess. I'm sorry, I'm very I feel very disjointed in the way I'm speaking right now.
Oh,
so
no,
I'm sorry
you're
if
doing
I'm
fine.
making no sense.
Like one of my goals as a host is to get my guests on a good rant, and that was a great one.
It's great.
I set you up for that. That's the other thing. That here's more of how to steal my formula. Like I said, do your research, even if the research is just asking the person themselves before the show, hey, what is the key phrase that I can do that's just gonna get you going and make you light up and make you rant about happy things? You can get someone to rant about something they're angry about, and that's okay. It can be fine once in a while if it's something that a lot of people find sort of frustrating, and there can be a bit of unified catharsis perhaps, but I try to not do that too much if at all possible, that it's what can I say that you're just going to geek out about and be like, oh my god, this thing is so cool, I love this thing, and just run with it.
I think, like, negative content, like, circling back, like, a second to, like, the narrative thing, or, like, this gossipy, character, I dropped that almost instantly because that can lead to, like, negativity that there's way too much of in the online space. And I think the reason VTubers specifically popped off in 2020 is because it's very much escapism. It is a cute person does cute things.
Yep.
So, like, don't be mean. Just be funny. Just be silly. Just don't bring in, like, ill will or, like, I hate outrage content. It's sad. It
exhausting.
Feels bad, man. Yeah.
I think you're absolutely on point with VTubing. There were a lot of things that went right at the right place at the right time for VTubing, and I think that you were very much correct that, given the particular timing that obviously VTubing had existed before 2020, I feel like the real dawn of VTubing as we know it was 2019-ish, because that's when it became accessible. That, yes, it was available as far back as 2016 if you had $10,000, very specific hardware, and a studio to set up in, but 2019-ish was when you could actually be a random person without a studio backing you and become a VTuber. And that, yes, in 2020, people needed to be able to take their minds off of stuff, and it certainly helps when you can have the cute model doing cute things. And that I think one of the subtle parts that really helped is the backgrounds, because when you watch a face cam streamer, you're going to see somebody inside in their room, just like you, as you have been for however many months at that point in time in 2020. And that it's not going to necessarily be a conscious downer, that, if the streamer's entertaining, vibes are good, that's still fun. But I think that having the background be, even if it's just random colors with waves, or even better if it is somewhere outside or an environment like a shop, like, doesn't matter if it's a beach or just in somebody else's bedroom again,
in
but
space.
if it looks different.
In hell.
Yes.
In a fantasy.
And I think that made it's a difference that would be very difficult to track numerically, but I think it made a difference.
A lot of VTubers have, like, an asset or a background that's just, like, a bedroom, and that always felt kind of not uncreative. I don't want to say, like, ooh, it's uncreative, don't do that, because, like, obviously a lot of, like, love and care is put into the illustrations of these bedrooms, but it's like, go touch grass, even virtually, have it be someplace unique, but it's pretend. I prefer the backgrounds instead of seeing IRL rooms. I hate having to do, like, a Zoom call and then people see, like, the where I live. Like, you can't know that I live like this.
Yeah, whenever I do a video call, I always position it so my camera is facing me and that I am against a plain wall in my apartment. Nobody ever sees anything, and also it just makes for simple background lighting is easy, and I don't need to worry about, all right, is there weird backlighting from a window, or is everything neat and tidy? It's just, okay, it's the wall.
But also, hey, if you're a face cam, just have a green screen behind you and then green screen yourself anywhere. That's easy. Easy peasy. I think there was a viral video that came out a while back where a streamer had a green screen behind them, but it was a photo of their bedroom. And with like the bed made and it looks immaculate.
Mm-hmm.
And then like they showed behind the curtain for a second, and it was like
you see
an
the
unmade
resemblance
bed.
and realize all right, this was a real photo of the real space at a point in time.
I think they put up the green screen to show like, hey, my cat's here, everybody say hi to my cat, because the cat was like just hanging out on like the unmade dirty bed. It was very cute. There was a point I wanted to bring up that I completely forgot. Something about
backgrounds, bedrooms.
It was a little bit unrelated. But you said like 2019 was the dawn of it as we know it because it became accessible.
Yes.
A lot of people debuted specifically in April of 2021 because that's when VTube Studio had the webcam update. Beforehand, you needed an iPhone, and because of that update, you could just have it like a normal webcam.
I didn't know that, but that does make sense. That certainly in the early months of 2020, that I very much point to the debut of Holomyth as a big turning point, a sort of a catalyst event, if you will, and that you'd imagine, all right, you're going to see a lot of debuts a couple months down the line, but then I didn't know paired with that update, because I do remember that back in the day, it was iPhone, and it had to be the iPhone, and iPhones are expensive. And if you didn't
Not
already
everybody
own
has
one,
them.
that it was going to be a big investment on top of all the other stuff that you need to invest in to be a VTuber. So that makes a lot of sense of it being that particular date. Now, it's like, I kind of wish there was a database of, all right, you know, these are the debuts of different VTubers. Is there some way to track? Or like, maybe, I guess an easier way to track it would be, I guess, well, no, because there wasn't a VTuber tag at that point, because they didn't update Twitch tags to allow custom ones until a bit later, I think.
Year?
Yeah.
Okay, so
you can track that.
I know it was a big deal when VTuber was like added as an official tag.
Yeah.
And that was before custom tags. VTuber was added as an official tag. Otherwise, you had to like looking for discoverability is. Thank you, Twitch, for being better at discoverability. You're bad for a lot of reasons, but you're better for a lot more reasons. And in those early days, a lot of people following in Cover's footsteps would stream on YouTube, and it was very less. It was a lot less than good, and I don't think I know a Western VTuber who's not like part of a corpo who streams on YouTube now.
Yeah,
everybody's
there's
on Twitch.
A couple, and you can do it. It feels like it is a much more uphill battle. That said, the ceiling on YouTube does feel like it is higher, but it's getting up there that is much more challenging. That once the algorithm likes you, you're set. But until then, good luck.
Unless you already have like other kinds of content on YouTube, then just don't. Or if you're Japanese, for reasons that I don't know.
Just a lot more of the Japanese public goes to YouTube to look for streamers than the Western audience. That's just where they go.
Yeah. I wonder. Okay, so going a little bit back to Nico Nico Douga, that was I think the streaming platform. Nico is still a streaming platform, and that I know not Pecora was a streamer there for a long time before getting picked up by Cover. I wonder how many people stream there now. I do not know the statistics. I'm just thinking there aren't that many options for streaming. We've got
Not really.
YouTube and Twitch. We've got Picardo for special kinds of streams. And there's Kick that a lot of people were on. I don't know how popular that is in current day, but I know a couple of my friends tried it to not much success. And
there's, Fansly and Blue Twitch and other types of content platforms for that. There's
Facebook
TikTok.
Gaming! I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, or if you want to go even farther, Mixer.
Oh, man. There's also...
TikTok now does
Billy
have
Billy.
streaming, yes. Oh, yeah, Billy.
Not for... not necessarily for Westerners, but yeah.
Yeah.
That... I think Twitch, YouTube, and Billy are the only actual viable. I'd like to try streaming on TikTok, but that would involve using my phone. There's got to be a way to send. There's got to be a way to do it via PC, but I do not know it, and I'm not gonna try. Or I'm not gonna bother learning it right now because I'd rather have fun in my current place, I guess.
It's one of the interesting things about different platforms of just the network effect, where
and
the
the
value
audience
of
is different.
that the value of a service or product is going to be directly related to the number of people that use it, and that's why it is so difficult for social media platforms to die. That it generally has to be a slow, steady thing. It's not going to evaporate overnight, and that you can have any number of viable, if not superior, competitors come out, but the changing effort and cost is so high that's why it took decades upon decades for World of Warcraft to even become close to not the number one. Because even if you had another MMO come out that was just better in every way, did you want to start over at level 1? Well, all my friends are playing here, so why would I move over there, even if I really am interested in Star Wars Galaxies, or if I'm interested in Star Trek Online, or all these different ones that everything was supposed to be the World of Warcraft killer, everything now is supposed to be the Twitter killer, everything is supposed to be the Twitch killer, and that it is possible for these things to hold their own and remain viable as businesses, certainly, but they're not going to topple the king overnight. It has to be a slow, steady thing of them growing, and the king also has to have some self-inflicted injuries along the way.
I think I'm one of the few people that enjoys Twitter, but that's because my feed is very carefully curated.
Yes.
Yeah. So I hope Blue Sky takes off, but simply to kind of jab it, send a little knife into the current
ownership.
Just
that,
hey, I don't like you. Have some mental damage. Oh.
Have a slight loss on your financial portfolio. Also, Kifoff VT, thank you for the follow. I feel
Welcome
that
in.
the key to good Twitter curation, because I am relentless in just making sure that when I'm on Twitter, that it is stuff that I want to see and that it is positive stuff, and that I found the best way to do that is not to block accounts, it's to block words.
Oh.
That if you go into the options area, that you can mute words. And I have an extensive list, basically anything related to politics. The word election, all major political parties, all major politician names. If there's some drama that is starting to just take over the feed, keyword or two related to that drama, and just say mute until I turn off. Or if it's something that you know, all right, this will be gone in a week, you can time it to 7, 14, or 30 days, and then it'll auto expire there. And it's so much more effective than going one by one and blocking or muting different accounts, especially if it's an account that it's like, all right, I see you posting about this thing that I really don't want on my feed right now, but I like your stuff under normal circumstances. That way you're going to see all the stuff that isn't that thing that you don't want to see anymore, and it's click of a button. You don't need to wait for anything to blow over. It just goes away.
I need to mute VTuber versus IRL instantly. That trend happens like every 4 months.
Every 3-4 months, yep.
Don't do that. That's really stupid.
Unless you're already someone who is posting your face on the regular, if that's what you want to do and you're comfortable doing that when it's not VTuber versus IRL trending, sure, go for it. Have fun. Knock yourself out. But yeah, you're not going to see me do that type of thing, let's say.
Yeah. These aren't my words. But I was talking to somebody about this, and they said that people who do the face posting, unless they are specifically cosplaying as their VTuber, that it is somebody who doesn't necessarily respect the medium. And I think this is like kind of an East versus West thing, whereas in the Japanese VTuber scene, kayfabe and suspension of disbelief and
my immersion.
Yeah, my immersion basically. And that is a bigger part. And whereas here, that's not necessarily the case. Somebody, like, I know there's a lot of streamers who were normal streamers and then decided, hey, I can do this. I don't want to like say like trend hoppers or be all gatekeepy. But
people that were already streaming and then said, wait a minute, this thing's really cool and I see some benefits of it. Let's transition over.
But it's interesting. It's interesting that it happens every so often. A part of this medium that I really appreciate is the ability to be anonymous, basically. Obviously, you know, you have your username and all of your actions follow you, but it's online culture. Thank you, Facebook, for tying real names to accounts and having people just like be online as themselves. And I was never super into that, because I come from back in my day, parents were like, hey, never tell anybody online your real name ever. Never tell somebody your address. Never tell somebody any information about yourself, because stranger danger online. And so this is more or less a return to that. And the anonymity and the fact that you can remake yourself if you wanted to. is great.
Yeah.
And
I know there's a lot of folks that got into VTubing. There's a lot of folks that were doing face cam streams that were like, I love what I'm doing, and I understand that I want to be able to show emotion and express myself and have some visual representation for myself. And up until this point, that's just been the face cam stream, and I've accepted that as it was. But now that I see this new thing that lets me return to that level of anonymity, and yes, there might be some records, some traces of face cam streaming, but I can either delete that or let it slowly fade away unless someone is really, really digging. That's what got a lot of people into VTubing. There's plenty of folks I know that wouldn't have gotten into streaming, period, if there hadn't been this type of option. That for me, I think that it's wonderful to have kayfabe and anonymity as that option. But again, like I said, there's no wrong way to VTube. That if you're really out there, would I want to put my face out there? Probably not. And the thing that I worry about more than anything when it comes to the VTuber versus IRL trend that happens every couple of months is that people get swept up in the moment and in the virality of it all, just like, oh yeah, let's do it. It's just a one-time thing. The post is out there. That's not a one-time thing. And if you were trying to keep an airtight seal on things, that's opening up a can of worms. And if you're comfortable with that, if you understand and have considered that and say, yes, I'm okay with that, then more power to you. Great, that's fine. I'm glad that, sometimes there are folks that have been considering doing that for a time, and it makes them feel a bit more comfortable seeing others do it. And that's okay. I just hope that folks who... I hope folks don't do it super impulsively,
You'd like to think that everybody online is 100% mature and thinks of the ramifications.
Oh, I'm certainly not
of
saying
their...
that's necessarily everybody.
Your actions have consequences. What is the line? That kid, Sonic Sammy, that kid who said, "Don't you see that your actions have consequences?" That child grew up to be a lawyer in order to enforce the consequences of people's actions. And that's great. I'm so happy for that child who, when will we alert that guy? Yeah. Thank you for having my back and knowing the exact meme that I was referencing. And we know the history of Sonic Classic. Sammy Classic Sonic fan. We know that they have a good ending, or at least an ending that comes full circle, ties things together in a neat little bow, sort of deal. Memes are
social media curation. You wanted to mute the VTuber versus IRL thing, and that I was saying that's how I curate my feed, and
my feed is memes and other streamers,
Yep.
and that's it. It's perfect. I love seeing pictures of people's art and silly clips, and like, wow, look at this cool model that somebody has. Let me steal some of the ideas for how they move. Or look, this person is playing Armored Core again. Wow, so cool. What else am I seeing? Art from a phone game somebody's into.
Or people thirsting over what's his name in Baldur's Gate.
I haven't gotten a lot of that. Okay, I got Baldur's Gate, and I'm very excited because I'm gonna have a 4-person collab with my besties. Okay, I'm going to shill a little bit. I am.
Please, by all means. In fact, I will assist you in said chilling by saying that if you are interested, there are links for Rat stuff in the panels. If you are watching live on Twitch, it'll be in the video description if you're on YouTube. And shout out Bodega. 2 R's here on Twitch, 1 R on Twitter.
Thank you. Yeah, I have I made a Discord with my friends. We are a fake VTuber group. I don't think it's not really fake because it's like we're I don't know.
You are a non-business collective of VTuber friends.
Yes, exactly.
I've
we are
plenty
not
of those, that you're not trying to be a small corporation. You are not trying to be a small agency. You have chosen a unified branding.
Exactly. Branding is great. Okay. Branding is great. Branding is useful. Branding is fun. It's fun to labels. Good. People would say, I don't want to put a label on things, but labels helps to clear people's. It sets expectations. It gets across a message.
It creates a convenient shorthand.
So I am part of 2 non-corporation groups. I am part of Southside, which is a recent-ish. I think May. I think it was May. God, if it. And I formed. I am the bow of Nakaboke, which is Nanase Kane, Kaji Oniyama, me, and Golden Kenji, and we ended up debuting around the same time, and we got to know each other, and are just we're just friends. We're friends, and so in the all other links, which links to my card, there's like 2 Discord links, one to Southside and one to NKBK. And where was I going with this?
Branding.
God, branding good. I came up with we talked a lot about the branding of that. There were many calls where we were like, let's iron this out, and there were like 50 ideas we threw out. The first idea was, let's just combine our names and form a vaguely Japanese sounding word, but also at the very end, after like so many ideas and so many like logo mock-ups, it's like, well, let's go back to the one where we have our names together. And it's like Nakama, which is buddies, which is friends, and Boke, which is stupid. And so we're stupid friends.
I knew that it was syllables of each of your names. I knew it was supposed to sound vaguely Japanese. I picked up on the Naka. I missed the Boke part, and now I love it even more.
It's okay.
That's so good.
It's the stupidity is multiplied. The more of us in one area there are, the more the stupidity is like brought out. So that
it's
it
an
works.
Exponential equation, not a linear one.
Exactly. And a mutual friend of ours would, like, when all of us are in like a collab or an area, someone would say it's the Moron Squad. So that fits. It fits very well. I forget why I decided to chill. It was something. Oh yeah, we're gonna play Baldur's Gate together. That's what's gonna happen. Between like whenever Dokapon Kingdom came out for the Switch, which was recently, and until like mid-July, we were doing a very big long Dokapon Kingdom collab where we hated each other, and it was awful, and there was a lot of salt, and it was very fun, and Kaji ended up winning. Congrats. And so I am now ready. for another big long collab where it's like an RPG, and at least this time we're working together.
Yeah, at least this time you have the potential to work together.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of actively sabotaging each other and causing a lot of salt.
It says so much about the four of you, and it is a proof of the depth of your friendship that you can survive a 4-month... So was this a single game of Dokapon that was just set to maximum length on all settings, and you took your time with it? Or was this like a circuit of we're playing 5 games, or we're playing a new game every week for 4 months? How did this work?
So it was the story campaign, which is... It can take as long as you're, like, zeroing in on the objective. Like, you might need to grind, but I think, like, in-game weeks, it was over 100, and, like, 1 week is, like, 1 turn where... No, it's not 1 turn, but, like, everybody...
1 turn cycle.
I forget how...
All I really know about Dokapon is that it's Mario Party plus RPG, and that it is... Mario Party is... It is stereotypically the, let's all not be friends anymore and ruin our friendship game, and that Dokapon is that at the next level.
It has many mechanics that encourage undermining each other and stealing from each other and salt. It is a salt factory, and there were some nights that were very heated. and I'm glad it's over. I'm very glad it's over. For the sake, it also gets boring after like when you're near the end. It's like, okay,
let's just get there.
Yeah. But I'm excited for Baldur's Gate.
I know that you were actually creating your character. I think it was today off stream that you were putting in that time ahead. That way you weren't having to do it on stream, because goodness knows there are some people that their entire first Baldur's Gate stream will just be character creation.
The character creator isn't very okay, I don't want to be like, oh, bad character creator, bad game, but you know, it's not like it's not like Street Fighter 6. I spent a whole stream doing character creator for Street Fighter 6, and I'm sure there's like tons of others, but besides like futzing around with colors, it's relatively simple. However, you can't save a preset, so I'm like, no, I had to take screenshots of like all the settings that I chose so that it doesn't take a long time later on. And I'm very disappointed. 0 out of 10 game, you can't save your character presets. But otherwise, I'm looking forward to doing a traditional, so more or less traditional D&D campaign.
Do you have much experience with D&D or tabletop as a whole?
Not a lot. It's not 0. I'm currently in a campaign with some IRLs. Before 5th edition, I guess it must have been 4th edition that we were playing. When I was in college.
I guess it was 3.5. Nobody actually played 4th edition.
Okay, then it was 3.5. I had a short session when I was in college, and during COVID, I consumed a lot of D&D media. I listened to like a lot of podcasts like Critical Role and Dimension 20, but actually playing tabletops, I am not super experienced with. And but you know, the video game does all the rolling for you and calculates all the math, and it's very convenient. And services like D&D Beyond, where it does all the math for you, I don't think I would have had the patience to play it properly before before technology stepped in. But yeah, the tabletops I play, I enjoy, except I hate combat. I hate D&D combat. I want to role play as a silly person, but combat has to happen, and so I go, okay, magic missile, magic missile, magic missile. let me.
Do you
let me
tend
just...
towards magic using characters?
Not. I like rogues. I like poisoning people. I like being sneaky. I like but I like being in the back row and like picking enemies from afar. And just the most recent campaign that I'm in, I am the wizard, but for Baldur's Gate I'm going rogue, so I'm excited to do sneaky thiefy kind of things. I was thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna be druid. I'm gonna be a druid, and I'm gonna be a rat most of the time. I'm gonna be a rat for as long as I possibly can, and I'm gonna just hang out on my party member's shoulder and be a cool rat. And then it's like you can't wild shape into a rat, and I'm like dropped 0 out of 10. Horrible game. Just let me be a rat. You can be a cat though, which is pretty cool, and I imagine lots of cat girls playing the game are yeah. The lack of druid options, the options are pretty good. They're not there could be more, and I imagine in the future there will either be updates or mods that expand everything. But I've only heard good things about the game, as well as things like the first thing I did was, okay, I'm gonna turn off intimate moments, just in case.
Let's not get banned.
Yeah, exactly. I don't care if it's essential to the story. It doesn't have to be Game of Thrones where the sex forwards the plot. I will save that for off stream. I do not need to see it. But yeah.
Do you know who the others are going to be playing, or rather what class the others will be playing, or is that going to be revealed when you all actually have your first session?
I think they would prefer to keep it a secret for now, unless anyone in chat wants to say so. But we're hoping for a relatively balanced party. Like the big guy is going to be a big guy. Who would have thought? Or maybe not. I've only seen one other person. Oops, all rogues.
I was about to say those exact words.
That would be funny. I'd be super into it.
That could be interesting in its own way.
But we were talking in messages about our party comp and how we're gonna do this, and it should be balanced. And if it's not, we'll tell a fun story anyway, and that's good. But I'd like to play a campaign that's oops all rogues, or oops all bards might be really funny.
God. That could be something. I feel like that would be a bit more challenging than oops all rogues, just because at least rogues can do damage, and that they're probably going to have moderate to high charisma, and you can I feel like you can get the vitals of things there. But since bards are, there are damaging bard builds to be made, certainly. It's a bit more of a chore to make it so you are able to reliably output good damage as a bard than other classes.
Oops all clerics, it would be hard to kill you, I imagine. Like, it's Battle of the Bands! The squad rolls up, it just plays a sick-ass tune, and the power of music compels the enemy to lay down their arms and dance real funky like, and then you take your lute and you smash it over the creature's head, and it's like, ha, you're dead now. You were debuffed just enough. But yeah, oops, all clerics, everybody is just impossible to kill because constantly healing. So that is coming up this Wednesday, and I'm excited for it. What other nonsense do I have planned up my sleeve?
Posted your schedule for the week just yesterday.
Yeah, I typically play it by ear, but I want to force myself to finish Fire Emblem because I love the Fire Emblem series, and I started playing Engage when it came out, or like the month it came out, back in February, and I got very the DLC is difficult, and I'm filtered. I'm gonna do it off stream. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's game skill issue. I will admit to my skill issue, and hopefully I'll finally finish it, because playing a game on stream start to finish and finally hitting those credits is really satisfying. And I remember all the games that I finish on stream feel like an achievement, and I remember them all extremely fondly. And I'm also going to start up Sonic Adventure, which I haven't touched since probably the late 2000s. It is very much...
So not original release timing, but it's still been a while.
I played it on the original release for the Dreamcast when I was a child, and very much nostalgia, very much like a game that got me into video games. And then it was re-released for the GameCube a couple years later.
Yeah, that's when I first played it.
So I played it then as well, and I haven't touched it since then, because I no longer own a GameCube, sadly. I don't think I own a Wii either, which is how I eventually played most of my GameCube games. What's the oldest thing I've got? Crap, I skipped the Wii U. So I think the oldest thing I got is... A lot of
people skipped the Wii U. I have owned most Nintendo consoles. I did not own the Wii U. And I don't feel like I missed out on much.
I mean, all the exclusives are on the Switch now anyway.
Basically.
So there's some things that are lost. Like, I know Wonderful 101 it's different, and because it was designed for the Wii U, but you can play it. Man, it's not sad, but there's like, I really enjoyed the DS. The DS had lots of great games, and lots of games utilized the mechanics of the touchscreen very well. And I have a lot of nostalgia for The World Ends With You. That's probably...
Oh, boy, World Ends With You. Good stuff.
I played it at, like, the perfect time in my adolescence. And I don't want to go back to the re-release because the play style is different, and also nostalgia, and also like I don't know, it's a very special game.
That's another very narrative driven game, and that's one that the progression, the emotions, and the twists you're only going to get as powerfully on your first playthrough. It's going to just lose some of that punch when you know what's going to happen.
Exactly. It's a game everybody should play, but the fashions really feel like a big mechanic was looking good and being fashionable in that game, and now
But it had
it's
this
all
whole like meta system around it, because not only was it all right, wear things of matching brands, but that you could influence fashion. That even if you weren't wearing what was the fashion at that point, if you wore it out enough, it would become the trend, and that you could sort of brute force what you wanted, but that it went with that logical flow of, okay, trends are going to change, and that, if you aren't in a certain area for a while, that the change will just sort of happen, at least my knowledge,
naturally.
just naturally, randomly, and it'll, well, other people influence fashion because you weren't there to influence fashion. And that it wasn't like you need to fit in and look cool and be cool, but they let you be cool and look cool and set your own trends as you wanted your style to be. And I really enjoyed that.
And so I put Neku in the Gothic Lolita because that's what I was into at the time.
Beautiful.
Well, I still like Gothic Lolita fashion a lot, but it's not my bread and butter anymore, I suppose. It's more, I don't want to say like, oh, it's something I used to do, but it's definitely like, you have to like plan going out, you have to plan a coordinate, you have to like look good. And if you're not looking good, what's the point?
With effort. That is not just
exactly.
It's a good trendy top and it's pants that fit well. It is a process. I say this as someone who has not done Gothic Lolita, but has several friends who are really into it, so I have sort of secondhand tangential knowledge that I understand that it's a process and a lot of effort goes into it.
And it's not something that I've done, though I very much want to have. When my Live 2D is eventually done, there will be a Gothic Lolita alt there, and then I can at least pretend to be a little bit extremely fashionable. But okay, techwear is Gothic Lolita for men or boys. It's similar in the sense that there's like certain brands that everybody follows, and like you have to put in effort to look good, and it's like very much an alt, like a subculture thing, and lots of VTuber models feature way too much techwear, and I kind of hate techwear mostly because I hate drawing it. There's a lot of detail.
That's very fair, because I was like, well, maybe as you were saying, I was like, all right, why wouldn't you like it? Is it just overdone, or maybe there's something particularly
it's
annoying?
overdone,
but also that as an artist to be like, this is really complex and it makes my life difficult. Genuinely, I can appreciate that.
It's fine to have like a couple details. If you have a techwear design, I am simplifying it. If I have to draw you and you're wearing techwear, too bad. You have like 3 less belts. You can keep 1. You don't need that many belts. It's not holding on to anything. Nah, but there was something related I wanted to touch on. But not. It looks fine. Maybe I'm just old and it's like, you kids. And no, the thing I was gonna say is there's a direct line of like Kingdom Hearts ass design with Nomura to people growing up and being like, hey, that clothes doesn't actually exist in real life. Let's make a fashion brand that does those clothes in real life. And now people are wearing it, and now it's like, oh, it feels overdone now. whereas it felt better in fantasy, but also that might just be me being old and angry and bitter for no reason. Maybe I would have worn tech wear if it was available to me as a child. I absolutely would have. It would have looked bad, but I would have done it.
Yeah.
Sorry, just fixing something. Okay, there we go. Yes.
Fix your shit.
Yes. Gosh, but yes. Please go play The World Ends With You. Really, really good game. I never got around to playing Neo World Ends With You. I didn't hear much about it, good or bad, so I assumed that it was fine. I'm not expecting it to be the original, certainly. I heard medium to positive things at most, but I do hope to actually get around to it just because I enjoyed the original so much and it was so good. And if Neo is half the game that the original was, it will still be a good game.
Definitely. I haven't played Neo myself. A friend of mine played it and said, yeah, it's good. But there's things that like you do in childhood that are formative, and then you're afraid to go back because nothing can live up to it.
Yeah. And also in this case, it's just going to be impossible for it to be the same experience because a game on the Switch is not going to be the same as a game on the DS. Just fundamentally, mechanically, that, like you're saying, it was a game that was very obviously built for the DS, as many DS games were, that especially the first-party games and a lot of the ones that did better were the ones that actively used the resources that they had. And, you know, the lazier ones just had the lower screen be the menu or your bag and stuff. And to a degree, that was still actually more convenient than, you know, having to open a thing. And that I felt the DS was just an all-around really good system. It worked. The library was good. The hardware, for the most part, was durable, except for the hinges. The 3D for 3DS was a bit of a miss in that nobody really cared for it, but it didn't matter that it was already just the same system, but a bit better graphically, a bit better memory, a couple extra features, and that even if you never used the 3D of the 3DS, that you had the slider, you didn't have to use it. It was an option, both for the player and for the developer, and that had no bearing on the actual games themselves, and it continued the through line of what was already going well on the normal DS, and kept that life cycle going. And yeah, that
really
entire
cool
device family was so good.
Achievement to like do the 3D without glasses. That is impressive, and big ups to Nintendo for always trying to innovate somehow when it comes to hardware. It's not always good.
Well, that's the thing. They don't actually innovate hardware. They repurpose hardware. Going as far back, the light gun for Duck Hunt used the same type of infrared technology that a TV remote uses. Touchscreens existed on, you know, Palm Pilots and Blackberries for a decade prior to the DS existing. The type of motion controls that were used on the Wii had existed for other devices, and that Nintendo actually did trials of a couple different types of technology. And what they do so well is gamify stuff that already exists, and that's part of why they can have what seems super new, innovative, and weird while keeping the lowest price points in the industry, because all that tech is old.
I didn't I mean, obviously, yeah, you're right, but I didn't think about it as like this is something that's been repurposed. So my brain is now going to, what is a piece of technology that has a very practical application, but maybe it's a little cheaper, maybe it's not super expensive, that will be implemented in Switch 2. I don't know. Gotta think, gotta scope out the technological landscape. Maybe some sort of like extremely cheap VR. Like, okay, every company was doing their own, like, hey,
We
it's a
had the
cardboard
Kinect,
box.
We had the
PlayStation
VR and
I don't know. That seems like the obvious. Many companies, Apple, are like trying to get a foot in this space because it is slowly becoming more affordable and more accessible to people.
I think it could be, in a way, VTuber tech, facial tracking. That the type of cameras that, VTube Studio is now able to use any camera. It doesn't have to be whatever specs iPhone had that it was able to be pioneered on, but now basically any camera can do that. And that if you install a simple camera and that, we already had the Kinect and other things that were doing full body tracking, and that was a bit much and you needed certain spaces. But if you can do things where, either a facial movement or simple gestures that if you, wave or put your hand up, one finger does a certain action or something, that are there different ways to use existing
your
tracking
face
technology
and your hands as controller.
Yeah.
Like the Switch controllers actually, the there's like a gyroscope in it that's I think it's supposed to be like especially good, or at least it was good for the time.
Yeah, and that was just another iteration on the type of gyroscope tech that they had used in the Wii remotes.
And that the PS5 has a similar sort of gyroscope, but even a small level even better than that on the Switch. So I can see like, okay, let's make an even better controller. What's an even better controller? The human body, which has many like you can't see me wiggling my fingers, but you can do a lot of interesting motions with your fingies.
Yeah, and that is, like I said, we already had the attempts at full body tracking, and we certainly have that technology, but I think it's a bit clunkier, not in the tech sense, but in the design sense, to have to design around full body tracking and think, all right, how do we have people incorporate their full body? But the idea of controls just using your hands and face and simple gestures that are going to be a bit more intuitive and not as tiring as games that are built around full body tracking and being in that type of motion and movement. And some people aren't able to stand for extended periods of time, some people aren't able to stand at all, but a much larger percentage of the population would be able to handle basic movements.
Facial.
You can probably still have, all right, here's normal controller accessibility there, but that you can start integrating more simple gestures as controls. What if they just reintroduce the Power Glove? Oh my god. Well, the whole thing of the technology we have now is that you can do what the Power Glove did without a glove. But yes, those types of controls, but tracked by a camera instead of a physical accessory.
Maybe something neither of us can predict. Maybe Power Glove 2, where it's a lot slimmer and a lot more accurate. I've seen some gloves that are like meant
there's some
for...
VTubers that use finger tracking gloves, and that it is not as big and clunky as the Power Glove, but
get very accurate motions.
Mm-hmm.
I love that this whole scene is very much like, okay, let's see what new technology can be implemented in the puppeteering, and that there's a lot of innovation in terms of like what can be a model, what can be puppeted, how can we track it, how can we like map gestures and facial movements and like hand stuff.
Imagine a game system where the controller UI or software is just VTube Studio.
You know, I
Like a couple tweaks here and there, but like, is that the way to get the general populace to understand VTubing? That you literally gamify it?
Probably. Oh, I was gonna be like, just make a. I mean, there's plenty of like not cheap, but I know there's like a streamer simulator. There's that game that came out just recently.
Needy Streamer Overload.
Oh, that's actually a good one. I don't know if Parasocial is good, but you know everybody's playing it.
I've
because
seen
it's
it
a
on
game
my Twitch
about me.
sidebar. I haven't actually seen any gameplay of it yet.
Have you seen other Chilla's horror games?
I have not.
Okay. I don't mean to be like you see one, you see them all, but this is the one where it's about streamers, so all the streamers are playing it. But Needy Streamer is a great game, actually. If not, just like the aesthetic, the music, the sprite work is great, but the story is like, man, the people that wrote this game, they were calling out some specific people.
Yep.
They saw somebody and they were like, I'm attacking you. You've done this bullshit. Here, be a fictional character now.
Yes, that everything that happens in that game has happened in real life. That was not... It obviously was dramatization. It obviously was...
It's probably multiple people that it was based on. Like,
but everything there has happened at least once.
And
in a big public way.
So, good game. Play it if you want. It's good music. I listen to the soundtrack very, very often. It's got a very cohesive aesthetic and branding, and they still like do stuff. Like there was a patch that was released kind of recently. Actually, I forgot that I did this until just now. I used to buy way too many Nendroids, and I
my last guest before you, we had a whole thing where we went through some of their favorite Nendroids that they also collected. So I might have a recommendation for you later. Remind me later.
Okay. Well, I thought I will limit myself. I will only buy one character, and it'll be a character that I love enough to where I'm okay with owning physical merch. And the character I chose was Hatsune Miku. That's the person who has a Nendroid addiction. Another Okay, I have given them the follow. So I used to collect a lot, and then I became I probably, if I had more cash, I probably would still like buy like I always got the racing Miku, I always got the snow Miku. There's lots of good Mikus. And I also have less space to display them. Like I had like a display cabinet, and I now do not have a display cabinet, and they are in a box and it's sad, but I liked Needy Streamer Overdose enough that I thought, you know what, Kane, she literally me for real. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get the Nendroid. So good enough game that I want merch of it. Go play it if you haven't. or if you haven't watched somebody play it, because again, it's a story-driven game. Once you've played it and gotten the good ending, you don't necessarily need to play it again. And all my favorite games are story games somehow. Well, not somehow. Story's good.
Story good.
Mm-hmm.
So there have been a lot of things that have actually tied into some of your art, so I actually want to move over right now and talk some of your art.
Yeah.
We're starting with a real classic here, an all-timer.
Important. That's important. I forget why I needed to draw this, but I thought of the idea and I thought, yeah, I need to. I need to. It's just funny. It's just funny. Why eat cream of wheat when you can eat cream of feet? Do not eat it. Do not. You will die, maybe. Well, you won't die, but just like so suffer and view my curse. At least I am not cursed enough to give you real feet pics, because I've seen streamers who will just be like, yeah, here it is. Here's my real feet. Just have it for free somehow on stream. So yeah, that is a thing. That sure is one of the drawings of all time.
It is indeed a drawing of all time. But this feels like one, I'm guessing, is this one that just, single session, all right, had the inspiration, here it is now in the world?
Yes, it is that. It is, I feel I hate my art the longer I work on it. So everything I do, I try to give it the shortest possible turnover that I can, while still being like a certain amount of quality. This is very much a sketch. This is like, it's rendered, but it's you can see it looks.
Yeah, the font is not perfectly consistent. The lines are not perfectly straight. But frankly, that gives a character anyways.
Yeah, I thought it would look better as sketchy as like I also don't have like the patience to like copy a logo and completely emulate it. And it's like, hey, what if I just draw the logo like with the pen tool instead of that? So yeah.
My favorite parts of this is just all the little text bits are so good. Excellent source of toe. How do you feet it? Contains 12 feet.
It's on the package. What's the point of doing a packaging if you're not going to change the text? The text needs to be different. Cram as many jokes as you can in there. Why, if it's not funny, why do it? So yes, cream of feet.
Do you stock cream of feet in your bodega?
There is cream of feet in the bodega. In my apartment, I currently do not have any cream of feet because it's very mushy, It's not. I inherited a lot of stuff from my abuela, and a lot of it was just like pantry items. And so there was a cream of wheat that was just in my pantry for years, and it's like, I'm not gonna eat this. I cannot justify keeping a box that I won't eat in here. Goodbye. You're from 2017. Maybe I shouldn't eat it.
Yeah, no. I know that's the type of stuff that generally is not going to go bad for years on end, that is meant to be able to stay in a cupboard or something like that and be fine. But also, there's certain limits to sanity.
I think I ate a frozen thing from 2020 kind of recently, and it was fine. It was very tasty, and I enjoyed it. But but yeah, don't tempt fate. Keep yourself safe. Keep yourself safe for real, and not keep yourself safe. I really like saying dumb, edgy, like there's a lot of things that KYS could mean, and my favorite is keep yourself safe.
I like that. I like that a lot. That's very good.
Kiss your sister is another good one. On the cheek, we gotta be normal, but kiss your sister.
Going back to the top of the show that we have here, the little Nico Nico Douga TVs, and that this is your particular one, but as people saw if they were here for the pre-show during the credits, or if they go watch in the link in the description here, that at the credits, you made one of these for all 30 of the performers.
31 actually, because I made one for the editor.
Very nice.
Because I wanted to include them, because hey, you did, I don't want to say the bulk of the work, but
they did a lot.
Yeah, there's it. I want to say 1/3. Yeah, I made these sins. I made every TV that you see in the thing, and it's a very fun project assignment.
That feels like one of those your character here things that you could just sell.
Yeah. I like taking people's characters and boiling it to the most essential parts, like a color or a shape or a motif, and being like, okay, what is the least amount of detail where it still looks recognizable as this character? And so the one I made for me, it's gray and it's pink and it's got little yellow feet to represent the Tims, and that's it. That's all it needs.
Yeah. About how long did it take you to make the first of them? And by the time that you got to the last of them, were you making them significantly faster or at about the same pace?
So the first couple ones I did, actually, I think were faster because I was just working with the colors. I didn't think I wanted to do these as fast as possible, and also I was doing it for free.
And I guess maybe the first ones you had more instant inspiration of, oh, I know exactly what's going in this one, and then perhaps on the later ones you had to do a bit more thinking of, all right, what is the combination of factors that is going to make it that glance and you recognize it, even if it's minimalistic.
Like, there was somebody's design, I don't want to hate, but their design was very unconventional, and I was struggling, like,
it just becomes a bit more difficult to boil down, and that's not that the design is bad or done wrong, but that certain things are going to be easier to minimize than others.
Like, oh, it's an animal girl, put some ears, have your colors, give it maybe a bow. That's good and easy. Whereas somebody else might be a bit more abstract, and that's okay. But yeah, actually the first one I did was Kane, and I made it just the colors. And then later, like, I think he was the second to last, because I did Based Bug last, where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna redo yours where I have it be way more detailed, like it has some scales, I think, and like the little forehead dot. I do not know what to... It has more decoration, whereas originally it was just colors. I think all of them, it took me like 2 solid days of work. I don't want to like...
And that is in aggregate, not 2 days of solid work each.
One of them was a solid day, and the other one was aggregate. But somebody was like, "Hey, you should be paid," and I'm like, "Oh, Oh, okay, I'll put more effort in it now.
Well, that's very fair and reasonable. That you're not going to drive yourself mad when it's not being paid. That even if it is for something that you really do care about, that there's practicality to things. But then when it's okay, I'm getting paid now, I can justify a bit more mental bandwidth,
Effort.
a bit more time, and that's how things work. That's good.
But I even still I wanted a cool detail for the project, and I thought the logo of Nico Nico is very cute, and everybody would enjoy a cute reactive to have, just to have, and I just wanted to do the project, and then I did it, and that's it.
Yeah, and you actually seem to really enjoy doing this type of art where it is taking someone's design, boiling it down into a format. Actually, before we hop off of this one, do you now have a template that you use, or did you actually just make all of these individually as you did them?
So, like, the shape is a template.
Yeah.
There were some people, like, had, similar kinds of animal ears. I would use one kind of animal ear, and I'd usually, like, just draw over it so it would be slightly different. But the shape was, like, I wanted to keep everybody's, like, I didn't want, unless you were a different kind of animal, I wanted the size of the ears to be relatively the same. If somebody had a hat, I wanted the size of it to be the same. If somebody had, like, hair buns, I wanted it to be the same size. So there are, like, a bunch of assets from others that I would reuse in a way, but there isn't, like, an organized template like
But that you
something
had
else.
at least the template for the shape, that you weren't redrawing the rectangles in the feet each time.
Yes, I wasn't the shape of the eyes, the shape of the antenna, the shape of the square, that was all a template.
And was that a template that you found or that you made?
I made it. I took a PNG of the logo, and then I separated all the lines, like, so there's, like, a layer for the antenna, there's a layer for the feet, there's a layer for the eyes and the mouth. But I separated it all into separate parts so that later down the line, you can see that on mine, the line of the feet are a different color, and the line of the square, it gets darker the lower down it is, and it's a little lighter in some other areas. So, yes, I'm sorry I'm telling you to look at the feet, but please do observe the color. So to expedite the process and make it easier to edit, all the lines are on separate layers and such.
One of the other forms that you've done is orbs. Little orbs.
Orb! There's somebody who's I need to make an orb for, because their brand is now Orb. I see them and I'm like, I need to make you an orb. But yeah, there was a collab where everybody's an orb, and these are just, like, a bunch of orbs I made specifically for that collab, and I have a lot of fun with it. It's a fun project. Everybody's eyes are, like, unique and copy, like, how the eyes of their model looks, and it's fun times. So here's a bunch of orbs. There's gonna be more orbs in the future. I didn't make an orb for myself until very recently, because I just didn't have time, and also I was invited to the collab, but I couldn't make it because of other commitments, which, it happens. But yeah, I enjoy, I love a good orb.
Now, I recognize a number of these that the only one I count at least 5 past guests from my show. One that I'm not sure. Right side, second row from the bottom. Is that Congo or?
Yes, that is Kongo Kokuretsu. Understand this, VTuber Talk. I've turned myself into an orb. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen. It is quite simple for me.
10 out of 10 impression.
Thank you.
So we then have 6 past guests on here that going from the bottom up. We have Bad at Video Games, bottom left. We have Congo, second from the bottom on the right. We then have, both in the row, we have Peony Playing Possum and Callie Calico. I'm guessing that's Callie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right.
Yes, that
Wasn't
is
sure
Callie
because it was
Calico.
like, green is not what I usually associate with her, but I recognized all the different other accessories where I was like, pretty sure this is Callie.
She didn't have her current design.
Oh, okay.
This was before she, I want to say like, maybe like March, or maybe it was April this year. She got a new model, and her previous model, I've known Callie. We started around the same time streaming, and I kind of miss her first model, and like there was a very specific look that she had that was incredibly cute and reminiscent of Animal Crossing, and she's gorgeous now. But yeah, old Callie was aesthetic. But can we shout out Callie Calico because she's fucking hilarious and a saint and beautiful and I like Callie. Callie's cool. Callie's a cool lady and I like her a lot. And Peony's also a really cool lady, and I've been lucky enough to oh yeah, I did that emote, the me, Peony, and also Rael, who are we're all part of Southside, our Garbage Girl Gang, and I want to do another Garbage Girl Gang collab with them soon. But you know, timing, schedules, it's always that kind of deal.
Yeah.
But I love Peony and Callie very, very much.
And then moving up, I don't know either of the folks on the third row down. On the second row from the top, we have Koki, and then on the top row, we have Giga, and goodness knows, it's been an eventful couple days for her.
It sure has. She's come quite a ways, and it's so.
I'm so happy
proud.
and excited for her.
Proud.
Like she's, I get to say that I had Giga on the show. She was episode 35. She didn't have a Twitch partner at that point in time.
Oh,
but
for real?
That in so many ways, she's the exact same person as she was. That her personality, her approach, her overall demeanor has not changed with her growth, and that she is very smart, very good at what she does, and for anyone who might not know right now who's watching live, or if you're watching the VOD later and like, wait, what's this about Giga right now, that she became an official member of VShojo 2 days ago.
It's news. It's new news. But very, very, very proud. I love whenever I tune in, the vibes are immaculate. It's relaxed in a way that is still like entertaining.
The chat feels the same now as it did when she was streaming to 75 people or less. Moves a bit faster, yes, but the reason the vibes are immaculate is because she curates it to be so.
Very, very enjoyable and fun times ahead for Giga.
And then I recognize several of these others from top line down. That is Lone Star Colt. That's Tobbs on the second row. I'm not sure who the two on the third row are.
Okay, those are fellow Nakaboke members, Kaji Oniyama and Nanase Kane.
Okay, I how did I not recognize it? I think it was that
Nah, it's okay. It's okay.
seeing the hair like that, something about it made a disconnect. But as soon as you said it, it was like, oh, duh.
The one next to Congo is Power Nelson, and the one on the bottom right, I think their name is Akami VT. Since then they've changed their aesthetic, and they look completely different now. So yeah, that is who is featured on here. But I remember, like, this is the first piece that I finished this calendar year, or like the first like paid project. I might have like done doodles or something, but yeah, is the first thing I did this year, and Cream of Feet was sometime in the middle of this year, and the TVs is the most recent finished full thing.
Yeah, you sent me one other orb, and that was Vivi.
Oh, wait, secret!
Oh, shoot. Nope.
I showed that to you because you're a fan.
No, that's right. Shoot. I'm so,
Don't worry
I'm
about
so
it.
sorry.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Forget
It's
what you
okay.
just saw, folks.
Don't worry about it. It's okay.
As they
It's
say,
okay.
no rats.
No rats. No rats.
It's don't worry about it. It's just for a second. I know you're a fan, so I didn't want you to it's probably fine. It's probably completely fine. But
A little secret. Just a tiny secret.
you're good. Don't worry about it.
What other fun stuff? We have squiggly little Tempest boys.
Yeah. It's just a silly. That was just a silly doodle. I am a bit of a Tempest fan. I am maybe a big Tempura. I enjoy those boys very much, and I like the big guy a lot. The big guy is a good guy.
Mm-hmm. I feel like
silly.
I feel like these are supposed to resemble other characters.
Yes.
And I'm just not making
No,
the
no,
mental
no, no, no.
connection.
Specifically, okay, there was a piece of concept art from the most recent Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, Turtles as Kids. It was like a little doodle of them looking like babies. Concept art. I'm searching it. And the tweet was deleted, and that's why I'm really sad. But it was from the most recent TMNT movie, and it was just like, they look very silly and stupid, and I can't find it. I'm so angry. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be leaked.
That's
It
my
probably
guess.
was like an NDA thing, and
Or that they thought, oh, this is such an early rough concept sketch that it's okay to put out there, and then they put it out there, and then they got a email or a call from the producer who was like, take that down right now.
Oh, I found it. I'm so happy I found it. Because they look so stupid. Please share this on screen. It's on the internet. It's fine. You can see it, but they look so silly. They're like little goobers. And I think one of the I think Haka made a tweet where it's like, us. This is the squad. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's the squad. That there they are. They're so stupid looking.
I'm fully convinced that the reason that the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie exists is because some executive from, what studio did? Was it Universal? I know it was Nickelodeon involved, but I forget who it was, but that some executive went and saw Spider-Verse and went in the next day and said, we need to make our own Spider-Verse because it was really good and it's making a lot of money. And I think that the production timelines for Spider-Verse 2 and this wound up being parallel because they actually came out within a month or so of each other. And I don't think that was, design intent. I think that was natural production flow aligning because someone saw it and was like, let's do our own.
That makes a lot of sense. I haven't seen it yet. I want to. The other movie I really want to see that's like similar is the Puss in Boots movie, where also a studio went, let's do a Spider-Verse. Let's make something that looks similar. Let's do 3D art in a way that is very it's not artsy fartsy, but it doesn't look 3D. If you are like to an untrained eye, or like a child or something, I don't know. I can see somebody confusing it for a 2D animated movie, whereas it's very much 3D and utilizing all the tricks that 3D can do, like fun dynamic camera angles and like the use of textures. And I am very happy that we live in a timeline where Spider-Verse completely revolutionized how animation is, and I really hope the third movie is good. It'll probably be good. If anything, it'll be good. But I don't know. I hear things about the production of the second Spider-Verse that is like, it'll be a while. It'll be a while before Spider-Verse 3. But 1 and 2 are definitely in my top 5 movies of all time. Spider-Verse 1 is probably my favorite movie, period.
Spider-Verse 1 was just so good, and that, like I said, was revolutionary in a lot of ways, and it's exciting that a movie like that is allowed to exist, that it is allowed to be greenlit, and then done in that type of style with such a high budget in a way that, at that time, was so contrary to basically everything that Hollywood was doing. Good shit.
And so I'm excited to watch Puss in Boots. I'm excited to watch TMNT, and see some cool turtle goobers looking like silly little guys.
But I know you are just, in general, a Spider-Man fan, perhaps unsurprising given that you are a documented New Yorker and that, it's one of the few...
hometown hero.
It's one of the few big-name superheroes that has a real-life physical city that they live in, that it's not Metropolis, it's not Gotham, and goodness knows, those cities are basically just New York, but not called New York. But that Spider-Man is your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man in New York.
Watching Spider-Verse feels like going home. Like, the environments are very set in reality. Like, there's a scene in Spider-Verse 2 where they're fighting in a bodega. And
yeah, that's one of the opening scenes. It's where the whole plot begins, actually.
And it's a very lived-in universe. It feels real because there's like grime and wear and tear and people, like unique looking people doing their own things, and everything about it is great. And it's so obviously it's a comic, it's not grounded in reality, but Spider-Man feels more realistic. His character arc is all very personal and about like relationships, and it's not necessarily like, oh, the cool science shit
it's
is
not
fucking up the universe.
It's not the Playboy millionaire. It is not the loner orphan millionaire. It's not the super smart scientist who had something go wrong in one of their experiments. It's not the alien who has to adjust to society, which obviously can work for a lot of parallels, but that this is just, he is a guy, a kid in the city trying to go through life as an adolescent, and then has all of this shit happen to him.
Spider-Man in its inception actually was pretty unique in that I think like the first mainstream hero where it's like, okay, we are going to set the story in a high school. We are going to try to make this more relatable to the comic reading audience who were kids.
Statistically speaking, gonna be in high school.
So whereas before then, all the heroes were somehow adults living it, like they had a job, they had maybe relationships to keep up. And you know, Spider-Man obviously has girlfriends, Gwen, Mary Jane, but it's like, ooh, it's like a first or second, it's a young relationship and it's more relatable, or it's there's a lot of great things about Spider-Man, and it's
trying
cool.
to keep up with your first job with a very demanding boss.
Or oh, there's like this jock who's not nice, and I have to like I have to be the good kid who doesn't not stand up for myself, but you know, doesn't make things worse because society is gonna side with the person with more social status.
Slash, if I do defend myself, I may reveal my secret identity.
But Turtles, it was never something that I was into, but it's also very much a New York, like we are setting, the setting is concrete.
That's true, yeah, it is one of the other, on the relatively short list of, we're actually in a city, we're actually in New York, and that, you know, pizza. Just the whole thing of Brooklyn pizza, and that is their thing. That is their Scooby snack. That is the one thing that brings them back to reality after a long day of kicking butt and fighting crime. And yeah, they are the hometown heroes once again.
Everybody needs to have a slice from a dollar pizza joint after a long day at the office or after a long night of drinking. It's great. It heals you. It's important.
And $1, $2 pizza just tastes better than your 4 or 5 fancy slices. And that's not just because, all right, I paid less and therefore I feel better about eating it. Just, I genuinely think that, you know, your I forget, I think it's Two Brothers Pizza is one of the ones that's...
Two Bros is great.
Okay,
Two Bros is good.
Yeah, that's the one when I visit New York that I usually end up going to because they're open at stupid hours, and that they, at least last time I went, still had their prices pretty damn low, about as low as you're going to get in New York, certainly. And that it's still just, it's really good. It is a big slice. It is fresh. You get a can of soda with it, and it's like $2.50.
You can't beat that deal. You know, they're constantly churning out pies. They're constantly, there's fresh slices you can buy. But as much as I love dollar pizza, it's hit or miss for me. Because, like, you need that fresh slice. Because it's $1. They can only make it so good. And it's still amazing. It's still great. But there are, like, some times where I'd go to, like, I specifically went to a pizza joint and I was like, wow, they don't take credit card. This is weird. And wow, the slice is $3 as opposed to $1. Well, my friends wanted to go here. I guess I'll deal with it. And then it's like, wait, no, this is the pizza joint across the street that took credit card and had it be $1, it's like, nah, this slightly more expensive slice was superior in every way. But also, I've had plenty of the dollar slice is the go-to. You can't beat the price, and it fills you, and it's perfect. And well, no, it's not perfect, but it's good.
It is soul food. It is something that, even if it's not the best in the world, that if you go there, and you usually go there because either you're in a rush or it's the only thing open, and that there is something uniquely comforting about getting from that type of just cheap dollar pizza joint, and that it is so fundamentally New York, or even not even necessarily fundamentally New York, but big city experience.
I just realized that it's like, how would I compare it? And it's like, I'll take a bad dollar slice over Domino's any day, and I like Domino's. Yeah. I like a bad pizza, except don't you fucking dare put a Little Caesars near me. I'll kill you. Don't put a Sbarro near me. I'll kill you. Don't pizza. I'd rather not. I like Domino's, but a bad dollar slice is way better. Actually, get better taste. The pizza's great. Why would any? In 2016, I spent a summer in Japan, and like they tried to shill to me and the other students the JET program, which is where you become an English teacher in Japan. And as tempting as it was, the reason the reason that made me not want to live there,
because they don't have good pizza in Japan.
They do not have good pizza. Pizza's necessary. I love being in Japan. It's great. The food's great. I can do all my anime bullshit. I can go to the konbini. I can get a mochi donut. But they don't have good pizza. And they also don't have bagels. Like a bagel.
A good fresh bagel.
That's comfort food. That is childhood. That is a good bagel is heaven. And bagel is very regional, because specifically a good bagel uses the water that is in the tri-state area, and the water here is very rich in minerals. It is hard water. It will fuck up your coffee makers. It'll fuck up your hot water heaters. You have to descale that shit often, but something about the minerals makes the bagels delicious. And I haven't had a good bagel out. I've had a good bagel in Montreal, but they do their own thing. They have like a specific style of bagel that's different from like a big fluffy, dense New York bagel. But yeah, don't skip the bagels. Don't skip the pizza. Drain the water out of your heaters. Make sure to clean your pipes. Not constantly, occasionally, a good amount of times. Like every week, I have a hot water heater, because I like to have tea whenever I want it, and I have to clean that out every week, because I made the mistake of not cleaning it every week. And so there was a lot of mineral buildup, and I'm like, I don't remember it looking fuzzy in there, because if something gets a lot of mineral, it looks fuzzy. I don't know. I know it's not fuzzy.
Foggy.
I guess. I don't know. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a hassle, and I learned my lesson. And clean your shit on the regular.
Yeah.
Do it.
What do you like on your pizzas and your bagels? And what are your opinions on pizza bagels?
Pizza bagel's good. But for a slice,
I realize this is
pepper and
probably the most controversial question I'm going to ask all day.
Yeah, it's super controversial. Pepper and onion, good. That is, like a good way to get your vegetables in, and be like 2% healthy with your pizza. But I love a plain slice. I'll like put a bunch of garlic powder on it. It's delicious. I like Hawaiian pizza. I don't get it all the time. I get it like when I'm feeling funky. I don't know. But as long as you don't use okay, you can use canned pineapple, but it has to be like kind of dried out a little bit.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
That I am a big fan of pineapple on pizza, and that it's the sweet savory paradigm. It works. And at the same time, if you get if it's runny pineapple, I don't want pineapple juice spilling over my
onto
pizza
the
slice.
pizza.
No, forget that.
It shouldn't be wet.
No.
Your pizza, the moistness comes from the sauce, and it comes a little bit from the cheese, and pepperoni and jalapeno sounds really tasty.
Yeah, that if it's sort of like a natural oil that is causing the moisture, sure, that is fine. But no, I don't want my pizza to be juicy.
Banana and spinach. As
long as if the banana is cooked, so that you're not putting on the banana after it's done, and that it's like you can get it to caramelize a little bit, maybe. I don't think I've ever had that. I can sort of conceptually understand it, but also I don't understand the banana and spinach. I can understand each of them individually on pizza. The combination confuses me.
Okay, I'm going to pretend it's banana peppers. I get too much mental damage thinking about bananas on pizza. I think that's a Brazilian thing. I've seen fucked up Brazilian pizza, and I think, no, thank you. I will not go to Brazil. I will not enjoy a Brazilian pizza. But yeah, pizza's great. Love all pizza. Pizza on a bagel. You can eat pizza anytime. That's a shit post I quote way too much. And on a bagel. Okay. Not everywhere has this, but egg bagels are
That's the secret tech.
Yeah. It's slightly yellow in color because of the egg, and not everywhere has egg bagels. Not everywhere has egg everything bagel. So it's just like the seasoning that they put on everything bagels on an egg bagel. And that
I'm trying to
is
think
the
of
best.
because I've had an egg bagel, I've had everything bagel. I don't know if I've had an egg everything bagel, but I look at this and I say I absolutely understand the combination here, and now I want it.
I have a seasoning. You can get it at most. Okay, it's available at most supermarkets near me, but it's just like a little jar of like, spice, and it's everything seasoning. So, it's got the poppy seeds, it's got the big old salt chunks, it's got little onion bits, it's got everything bagel seasoning. So if they don't have an egg everything bagel, I'll grab an egg bagel, and it's best to put the seasoning, like you have your smear of cream cheese, and you put like the seasoning inside in the cream cheese so that it sticks, and then you eat it, and it's delicious. I'm not a fan of sweet bagels. Like there's a lot of like, oh, it's a bagel with blueberries, and you can get the strawberry cream cheese. That's just candy. That's just a cake. You're eating a cake.
I'm
You're
okay
eating
with
a
that
cake for
every so
breakfast.
often. That I don't mind a blueberry or the strawberry cream cheese. If it's on an otherwise plain bagel, that's fine. I enjoy a good cinnamon raisin bagel every now and again. Definitely not my go-to, but it's a fine once in a while thing.
It's very normal. There was a trend a while back. I don't think it's a trend anymore. But I had the disease of seeing a food on Instagram and then instantly having to go to the restaurant that popularized that food. So there was a bagel place in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, that had a rainbow bagel that was extremely pretty, and they'd put like sprinkles, like those tiny sugary like dot kind of sprinkles in the cream cheese, and it was pretty and very sweet.
Yeah, I feel like sprinkles is a bit much. When you're putting in just straight sugar, confectionery, candy-esque stuff, that's past what I'm looking for in a bagel. That I'm fine, if it's sweet because of fruit or something like that, or a spice like cinnamon, that I'm good with that. I don't know if I'd go for sprinkles.
Yeah.
I can appreciate the aesthetic, though.
It was very much the aesthetic. It was very much like, let's
Oh my
have
gosh.
Yeah, they look like candy. Oh, here's another
It looks like Play-Doh.
Yes, actually. It does. It tasted it was too sweet for me. I
look at that and I say, that is cake.
Yeah. Also, the place that made this bagel famous closed due to health concerns.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's a shame. But maintaining a good health code in New York is a losing battle. The rats will win eventually, and your shop will be downgraded to B for best. And that's what so there's this health system for all restaurants in New York City where they have to place prominently a letter grade in the window to show this is the health of
the health inspectors come by, look at the kitchen, all the facilities, the storage areas, to make sure that things are sanitary, to make sure that staff is using proper health practices, avoiding cross-contamination. There's sort of the classic movie trope of something happening in a restaurant and, oh no, there's a rat and the health inspector is coming today.
There's that one SpongeBob episode about it where they killed him.
That's
They killed the health
right.
inspector. But so if it's rated B, it's the best. If it's A, it's amazing. If it's C, congratulations, you survived eating the food there. I personally don't care. I'll eat wherever.
As long as it's passed, it's usually fine.
You don't want to eat out of C. If you don't have a good immune system, you don't want to eat out of C.
That's fair.
But
yeah.
B is fine. B is perfectly okay to eat, and it's very easy to lose a letter grade, and yeah. So I just I want chat to see this picture.
Getting these both set up right now.
I'm sorry. Oh wait. Oh crap. I'm sorry for showing you so many photos.
No, you're good. No, I have done this plenty of times on the show. That this is good content. Don't worry.
Bagel's a good content. Bagel represents infinity. Bagel represents a hole in the universe. Bagel represents wanting to be filled. Bagel represents breakfast. The bagel is very what's the word? Versatile. It's a very versatile allegory and figure of food.
But yeah, the top picture looks like Play-Doh and the second picture looks like cake.
Yep.
That just, or at the very least, a donut.
It's very, very sweet. Do you want some bagel in your sugar? I've been to so many places because it's like an Instagram trend to go to the restaurant and take a photo of the good looking food, and then I eat it and I'm extremely disappointed. And I don't know why I keep doing it to myself, but
it's an experience that
it is.
You have to assume that if you've seen it on Instagram or TikTok, it is no longer a secret. That anytime you see, best kept secret in this city, if it's made the list, it's not a secret anymore. It is going to be packed. It is going to be a tourist trap. You are probably going to be paying a markup, but it probably does what it says they do legitimately well, or at least that they're working with a novelty like this, where this is not going to be the best bagel you've ever had, but it's probably going to be one of the funkiest looking ones you've ever had.
I think the only thing I've had that's worth it is the cronut. Are you aware of the cronut?
I always forget, because I know the cronut, and I'm trying to remember, is that, because that's not the...
I'm going to... 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, I'm sending you a picture. You failed the... It's okay, it's not a failure, it's fine. It is a croissant donut.
Okay.
It is delicious. It's worth it. It's worth the wait. Except the wait might be, and it was really long. It was a really long wait back in like 2014. It's still probably like an hour, but it's extremely good. If you have time to kill and want an expensive donut, go grab yourself a croissant donut. It's flaky. It's delicious. It's a dessert. And it's famous. New York famous dessert. I used to keep track of like what food was like up and coming, or like what trends were going to be related to like food, and it's an expensive hobby. And it's like, maybe I'll do something else other than walking to a place and then eating there, and walking to another place and then trying the cool thing and then being disappointed by it. And Bodega, I just saw Bodega. Perfect.
I'm looking at the cronut. That's not ice cream in it? Is that
I think
cream
it's just
cheese
frosting.
or just frosting? Okay.
It's probably very good frosting, like, because the bakery that it comes from is fancy with a PH. It is very much like celebrity chef. It is the Dominique Ansel Bakery, and special name, special celebrity, special happy time. I don't know.
Yeah, this looks to me like, again, a donut or a cake. This doesn't look as much like a croissant, but you can see the layering that shows it is a croissant when it's open up like that. This almost looks something like what you would get in New Orleans. That I'm blanking
on.
Yeah, it looks a bit like a beignet.
Huh. Every time I've had a beignet, it reminds me more of funnel cake, which isn't bad. But funnel cake tends to be kind of it's like hollow-ish in the center.
I think
it's very
the fried
fluffy
look of this that makes me think of a beignet.
Probably. That would make sense. That you've got a crispy, that croissant crispiness, and then the yeastiness and the sweetness.
Yeah, and the powdered sugar on top.
Oh, a yeast donut or cake donut? Gun to your head. Yeast or cake?
Yeast.
Base. Okay, good. good. That's what you're... We can still be friends.
Cool. Good. Okay, good. All right, the show goes on.
Easy.
I'm actually trying to think if I've ever had a cake donut.
Oh,
It's like I've probably had one somewhere along the line, but just I sort of associate a cake donut with it being something more of a dessert and not like a breakfast.
it definitely is. I know Dunkin' Donuts has both, so it's not necessarily labeled as it, but like, have you ever had the blueberry donut from Dunkin'? That one's really good, actually.
I don't know
'cause
if
it's
I've ever
very
had
plain.
a donut from Dunkin'. I'm not sure if I really want to.
Oh, I mean, it's not.
I'm
the
sure it's
best.
passable.
It's good. Is there like a really good donut place near you?
I just don't go to many donut places. It's usually like if I'm traveling and need to get something at a very early hour that I might swing by a Dunkin' Donuts. And even then I usually will just get like a donut, but then also a breakfast sandwich because donuts aren't actually filling. That they're, again, basically a dessert.
Dessert. Yeah. Don't
get me wrong, I love donuts. That they're a comfort food unto themselves.
I
But,
think
yeah.
for a while, donuts was my favorite dessert. And I'd go to a place called Donut Plant very often. But then I discovered bingsu or kakigori, or there's like shaved ice. Specifically, like shaved ice with like condensed milk on it is now my favorite dessert.
Yep.
And like
yep,
you
yep.
have fruit with that. It's delicious.
It's a bit of a name brand at this point, so I'm guessing you have, but have you ever had fractured prune?
Fractured. Oh, that's
It is a fancy
that's a West
donut
Coast
place.
place.
Is it? Oh, because there's at least a few on the East Coast now.
Fractured prune locations.
Now
I've
I'm curious,
heard of
though.
it.
I could totally believe it was a West Coast thing initially.
I thought it started in Seattle. Let's see. MD. Oh no. Oh wait. Okay. I think. Okay, no. There are ones in Jersey. I've probably been. I remember going to like Maryland, and my friend was like, "You have to go to here." Okay, never mind. It is East Coast, but there are none in the city. They are on like beach towns. They are all in
like
beach
they're
towns.
along boardwalks. I've seen. I'm trying to think. Like, I've seen a couple in suburbs, but I'm not sure if I've ever seen any like in cities.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know, the name is very familiar, and I've probably been to it, but also I've been to it, but not enough to remember it, I guess.
They're a little pricey, a little gimmicky, but they are very good.
Very much worth it.
Yeah, it's worth, getting once on a special occasion. If there was one near me, I wouldn't go on the regular, but, if you're on vacation and see one, stop by. It's worth it for, once or twice on a special occasion.
There's like a specific donut place that I've heard of. Or like every time I talk about liking donuts, they're like, "Hey, go to this place." And it's either I looked up Seattle donuts and I can't find it. So now I'm looking up Portland donuts. It's in one of those cities. But I recommend Donut Plant if you're in New York City. Dough is also super good. And if you want something different, the Mochi Nut has. Oh, is it Voodoo Donut? Voodoo Donut must
I've
be the
had
place
that
that I'm
once.
thinking of. Yeah, I would very much like to try that one day. But mochi donuts are now more popular in the States. Like, it used to be you couldn't find it at all, but now you can find specialty mochi donut shops. Most of them are overpriced, but the chewy texture that you get from a mochi donut can't be beat, and it is my favorite.
Yeah, I've had those a couple times, and yes, they're more expensive than you're going to want to generally pay for a donut, but again, as a treat every so often, it is a very different flavor and texture, and definitely recommend to at least try it once.
It's been a minute since I've had one because every time I go to the area where there is a mochi donut shop, I go a little later in the day, and they've already
and they
sold
only
out.
bake a certain amount for the day, and once they're out, they're out.
Which is good. I think not that scarcity is good, but I don't think a shop should have to like buy more ingredients than they can sell.
Yeah.
That's a bad business practice.
Yeah, and it also ensures freshness, that they're going to have what they have, and that on the rare occasion, if they have leftovers at the end of the day, it either goes home with the employees or they get bagged up in like a 6-for-1 deal, and you see them on the counter of day-old bagels. And that's the thing of, if you're low on budget, or if you're buying for a party or something, and you know that they won't be able to tell the difference between a fresh bagel and a 1-day-old bagel, and it's, a big party, you might just buy 2 dozen day-old donuts. But even then, a shop having that many is not going to be likely, because usually they do actually portion and plan like that.
And guess what? Donuts are meant for coffee. Have a coffee. Dip it in the coffee. You won't notice it's stale if you dip it in the coffee. I used to hate biscotti, and then I learned the tech. And the tech is dip it in your coffee. And it's like, this is meant for this.
You're not supposed to break your teeth on biscotti straight, just, super hard and overly crunchy, almost painful to eat. You let it just, simple little dip, and that is going to be enough to make it just soft enough, and there you go. Yes.
And it still has, like, a good amount of texture, even when dipped into the coffee. I suffered as a child being like, why don't I like this cookie? Everybody around me likes this cookie. I should enjoy it. What's wrong with me?
This cookie looks like it tastes good. Why is it so hard and terrible?
Even like a plain, okay, so lots of default biscotti is like anise or like licorice flavored. That's bad. Don't give me that. I won't have it. But if it's just like biscuit flavored or chocolate or almonds, there's lots of almond flavored biscotti. That's like, ooh, that in a coffee, chef's kiss. Good shit. Good perfect breakfast. It's not the perfect breakfast. It's very unhealthy. It's carb and it's sugar. But so much of breakfast food, especially in the States, is just candy.
Yeah, kind of is. Candy and carbs.
This is the land of the free to eat yourself to death. Get ready for it. It's coming for your arteries.
See here. We have, let's go with, I just love this.
Oh. There was a Twitter trend, a little, you'll notice that I very much like keep an eye to what is trendy, but like artists draw my plushie in the boots. It looks good. I put my cinema roll plushie in my big chunky goth boots, and then a bunch of people drew it. And that was another, like, I'm gonna bang this out in a day. And I thought, I want to play around with color, and I did that, and there it is. And I love cinnamon roll. Cinnamon roll is a good, the juxtaposition.
I was about to say the juxtaposition of cute, fluffy cinnamon roll, and then boots with spikes.
Big goth stompers for when you want to feel powerful and crush your enemies' skulls. Perfect. What's not to love?
I also really like your signature. I love how you've worked, just adorable little rat into the signature.
Thank you.
So nice.
It's another like branding thing that I spent like a day workshopping.
Yeah, just, sign your name over and over again, see what you like. There was a time when just I tried to see, all right, can I make my signature look good? Is there a cool way to sign my name? That, I'm not signing autographs or anything. There's no reason for it, but, can I do something that's a little special, a little different that I enjoy? And the ultimate answer to it after an hour or two of experimentation was just no. There's nothing very special or different that I was able to do with my signature, except for like maybe the way that I, like do a particular little swoosh on one letter, but even that I was like, this feels like I'm just forcing it. But yours goes in so naturally.
It's mostly okay. I'm like writing my name on a piece of paper, and I'm like, this is muscle memory at this point because you've had your name for as long as living. But I do not have muscle memory for Bodega. And some people have an idol style signature where it's very distinct. And I have not figured out something fun to do for that would like emulate that sort of thing. Not to say anything like an idol, but it's fun.
If you can make something look cool.
Yeah. But the rat, if I have one part of it down, it's that I draw a little rat and it looks like it's moving, and it's very cute. It's cute. Good rat. Good rat.
Very good rat. Yeah. Now, as mentioned earlier, there's absolutely no evidence, no art, no reference of any contraband or related material. Certainly not. No.
Nope. No. I'd never celebrate a holiday on the yearly with ordering a food from like a pizza. There's like a special pizza place that makes like a special pizza. I won't say. I order a certain pizza once a year, and I have a good time. It's silly time. Enjoy silliness in responsibility.
Be silly, be safe.
Yeah, be safe in your silliness. Be in a comfortable environment. Be in a controlled environment. Have plenty of water. Have plenty of healthy food. Snacks are good, but snacks just taste good. Food just tastes good when it's silly time. And it's also a very good time to watch a stream. I got into streamers in 2020 because I had a lot of time on my hands and not a lot to do. So I'd have a silly time and I'd be on YouTube and I'd be like, who's this funny orange lady? Who's this dragon lady cursing everybody out? What the hell is up with this?
But she's fun. She's funny. She's wishing me a good morning.
Yeah, and then I was like, okay, let me like actually look at the source and look at her channel. And then Asakoko was a routine for me. It was like 6 p.m. Or maybe 5 p.m. But it'd be like, yeah, good morning. And I at the time I was still living with my parents. And so like my ma would be around and she'd be like, wow, look at the badonkas on that lady. And I'm like, yep.
To be fair, she's not wrong.
She is not wrong at all. But like besides Kizuna Ai, like in 2016, I'm 90% certain that the first VTuber I watched was Coco, and then shortly after, Myth debuted, and I was like, oh, thank you for having something in my language so that I could, look up, watch,
and not have to rely on clippers and translators.
Exactly. And I was like very grateful for the streams that Coco did that were in English. And it didn't even occur to me at the time, which was pretty stupid of me, to look on Twitch and see who was a VTuber that was like indie and English. But I didn't really get into indies until I became one, which is a little odd, but I guess maybe that's most early adopters. I wouldn't call myself an early adopter.
I
mid.
You might not have been earliest adopter, but one thing I frequently say is that we are still in the wild west of VTubing. This is, if you are here now, if you just tuned into the stream and this is the first time you have ever seen a VTuber, you're still in on the ground floor, maybe first or second floor, but VTubing is not going anywhere. It is going to become more popular, more ubiquitous. I suspect that in 5-10 years, having a basic model will be standard for content creators. That I think one of the biggest things that will cause VTubing to grow is content creators realizing that having a VTuber model does not necessitate that you use it on every stream. That I'm waiting for more facecam streamers to be like, okay, I can spend $100 on a nice sort of baseline model, get a couple of customizations. If I'm feeling fancy, maybe I'll invest a couple hundred in some customizations or even get a custom one, but that I can just use this on a day where I feel like just, I'm very tired, I'm not going to look very good, I just want to wear a messy t-shirt and jeans, not have to worry about it, or whatever. But that doesn't necessarily need to be your bread and butter. Yes, there's a lot of VTubers that only stream with the model, but what if you want to ignore the laws of physics one day? Can't really do that as a facecam streamer. You can as a VTuber.
Yeah, I have a good... Wait. Good melodic, good melodic, good melodic, good. It's just silly.
And that
It's silly. It's great.
If 25% of content creators get a model that they use once a month, the number of VTubers has suddenly grown 25-fold.
Are you a VTuber if the majority of your content is face cam though? Like you could say, oh, I have a VTuber model, but if
I suppose
obviously
for classification purposes and for branding purposes, I wouldn't call that a VTuber, and I don't think they would call themselves a VTuber.
Yeah,
but I
probably
think that
not.
having VTubing, the action of at any point in time that you are using a model, you are VTubing, even if you are not primarily a VTuber, that... Sorry.
What? What's up?
That being able to have people recognize that and normalize that, and just, someone who might not watch any full-time VTubers, but, okay, yeah, I'm watching, I don't know, I can't even think that. I watch so few facecam streamers, I can't even think of one off the top of my head, damn it.
I think I might be wrong. I might be wrong, but I feel like Neoners has done more facecam stuff recently, or that might just be on somebody else's channel. But I was watching like a highlight the other day where it was Neoners doing something, but there was a flesh person. I was like, what is this? What is this weird creature? I've never is that a human woman? What? But it's, yeah,
And that just, if the average viewer can see a VTuber model used, even if infrequently, that normalizing the concept of a VTuber will get more people interested in people who are, quote unquote, proper VTubers, in that is their primary content or primary medium of content creation. And that all the different things that will happen in terms of just think about artists, riggers, modelers, designers, and the amount of business that they will get from folks. Even if they're just looking for low-level stuff, it's not going to be Iron Vertex level production each time, but that, small works here, small works there, and that it will shift public perception.
Probably. Most likely. It means more silly bits that I can steal from other people. There's a lot of dumb creative... It's not dumb. There's a lot of creative things you can do. And I'm interested in seeing what other people do, if only to steal their jokes, because that's what all great artists do.
And that's the other thing that my guess is that there will be things that a facecam streamer will think of to do with a VTuber model that VTubers haven't thought of themselves, just because of our frame of reference and where we are at sort of what we think of by default. I don't know what they will think of because I can't think of it myself, but I'm sure there's going to be something that a facecam streamer does with a model that they have for the first time, some bit, some gag, or some type of stream and use of the model that hasn't been done by VTubers, not because it wasn't technically possible, but because the answer was staring us in the face and we just didn't think of it. And that it took someone with an outsider's perspective to think of something that then every VTuber is going to do.
Sometimes not gatekeeping good. So sometimes good, but sometimes open it up, open it up a little. Have the hinges squeak, have it go, and then let a couple people in, and then close it, and then open it up again. That is. It's a very what you said, how like there are things that we won't necessarily come up with because the community, or like it's like, oh, things are done X way and you should do things X way because that's how people do it, and you might not think to question it, but if somebody comes from like a different streaming background, it's like, oh wait, thing, why thing this way, do thing that way.
Or that I think what is going to be happening in those cases isn't even going to be them saying, why are you doing it this way, I'm going to do it that way. It's they're going to be completely and totally unaware of VTuber culture and norms and practices, and they're just going to do what is entirely intuitive and normal for them, and they're not going to realize that they're breaking convention because it's instinct for them in a way that it is not instinct for people who are full-time VTubers.
It's definitely exciting and interesting. I am future bright, future I don't know.
Future interesting.
I think I'm a doomer. I probably am a doomer. But I think that's more like after living a certain amount of time, it's like, yeah, I've done it. I've done what I could. The kids can fix the world. It's okay. I'm just gonna try to survive at this point. And so I'm yeah. Also, I didn't say hello to Varkitect and hello Uwu. So yeah. I can't believe you've been a VTuber. All you have to do to see a VTuber is to look in the mirror. Okay.
The real VTuber was inside you all along.
I mean, this is probably not something you've done, because no model. But sometimes you look in the mirror, and you're like, oh, it's not a rat, and I'm a little sad. It's like, oh, I look at myself and I expect a cute creature, and there is a sense of
And that even if you
disconnect.
have a very positive self-image, it's like, oh, I'm not an adorable little creature. Dang it.
Exactly. It's interesting, and the cure for that is to go touch grass. Grass good. Go grab a fistful of it and shove it in your face and smell how it is when it's freshly cut or torn up from the ground, or just experience physical sensation, the physical sensation that is grass.
Yeah. We do have one other with Tob, and this is an animated one. The file name said talking, so I assume that this is a reactive PNG.
It is a reactive. It's a GIF, but yeah, it's a reactive
Yeah.
that it's another silly. Getting silly.
Yeah, look at that. It's so on brand that there's the purple mist that's happening, and it matches the sweatshirt. It's so nice.
Yeah, well, the color has to match. It feels like it's a silly detail, but everybody's got their own like character colors, kind of.
Back to branding.
Yeah, branding. And Tob's is purple, and it's like it's a fantasy. Why can't the smoke be purple? Why can't it be? What if it was purple? And for all of the reactives that I did in that style, I thought, okay, what is the color that is featured most prominently in this character? And for Tob, it was purple. And yeah, she's got a design that's very simple and fun to draw. Thank you for being simple. I really appreciate anybody whose design is like exceptionally like it's just some clothes. It's just an animal girl in some clothes, but it works.
You have some of the distinct things. You have the hair clip. You have the little sticker shapes on the cheek. You have the necklace. And just there you go.
Love a plaid sweater. I love a plaid
Plaid is underused.
in general.
Plaid is very
It
underused.
is. It's super underused.
There is a limit to sanity. I'm not saying we should have plaid everything. It can be overused, but it's currently underused.
Just have it be one main article of clothing, like plaid pants or skirt is very good. I
or
think
even like a plaid pocket can be nice.
Oh, your brain is huge. Or like so the pocket and then maybe like the lining. Like you see how like there's a part of the sweater that's like a little different because it's like where it's bunched up. But if like the lining, like the outside, like where the sleeves are, where the hem is, that being plaid, that's like
Yep.
I think
Plaid detailing.
Detailing, that's the word. It reminds people of school, and so unless their character is somehow a student, they might not want to have that design feature. Like I know a lot of Japanese streamer tubas are I'm a student. I'm a schoolgirl. I'm wearing a uniform. I'm gonna play video games now, or at least more not older streamers, but like streamers who have been doing it for a long time, in the game for a while.
Yeah. Now we have purple mist here. Certainly nothing wrong at all. No contraband. Nothing wrong with it at all. So
No,
what
it's
if
safe for
mist
Twitch.
purple?
Yeah.
What if blood pink?
What? I didn't think you'd show that one. I'm just doing another trend hopping.
I love that this combines two things, though, because it's not just the trend. It's also just the running gag joke that if you know where this is from, you know where it's from. And it's not a bad thing. It's not a if you know, like, dark, scary face, it's Danganronpa.
Yeah.
And if you know the pink blood from Danganronpa, you know it. And to combine that with Grimace, that I missed it at first. Because at first I just saw this and my mind instinctively went pink blood, it's Danganronpa. And I didn't even register that the letters on the side, because in the source material there are letters there. I just saw pink and I didn't bother reading what the letters were, and that it's Grimace. And that obviously the whole thing with the Grimace shake recently, and that it's such a good marriage of two totally unrelated concepts that just they click together so good. That what made you think of this?
Well, I knew I wanted to do the meme, and it's like, what is a variation that hasn't been done yet? Because I looked at some other drawings, I looked at some TikToks, and I was like, everybody's dying. Where do people die? And it's purple. The purple image and like the purple blood plus death makes me think, okay, Danganronpa. I'm a fan. I like a mystery. I like a story game. So I'm a fan of that series. I've been playing Raincode, and I need to get back to that because it's same devs, same writer, mystery death sort of nonsense. And so I was like, yeah, have blood, have the first case in the first game involves the victim writing the killer's name upside down, because they're viewing it the way they are viewing it is right side up, and that is their last message. And it's a painfully obvious case for an English speaker, because you can read it easy, but for a Japanese speaker, it might not be.
It might seem like shapes.
Very simple. Yeah, it might just look like random
You're
shapes.
not likely to recognize a language you don't speak, or at least an alphabet that you don't speak, upside down.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I definitely wouldn't be able to recognize any kanji or hiragana upside down.
Well, I wouldn't be able to recognize much. Well, I would recognize katakana and hiragana right side up. I would not recognize kanji upside down. Or maybe I would recognize that they are kanji because I can't read kanji, so I would think that they're right side up anyways.
I think I know like 3 kanji total or something. It's very, very sad. But yeah, so do the meme, but do it different. Why don't do the meme the same way everybody else does? That's boring. Everybody expects that. Do it. Why not? And have fun and do a fun reference, and that is what went through my brain when I was doing that.
Yeah. Speaking of mystery games, narrative games of this type, have you played any of the Phoenix Wright series, any of the Professor Layton series, any of them? Trying to think of a couple others that I really enjoyed in that genre.
I played the Phoenix Wright when it came out, so I know the mystery. I have not played the Phoenix, I forget what the English title of it is, but it's the one that's like set in like the Meiji era. Yeah, it's 1800s.
Great Ace Attorney.
Yeah, I haven't played the Great Ace Attorney. And I think like the latest game, the last game I played, you were Apollo, and it was before you could play as Phoenix again. But it's 3D, I think. It was
I have not played any of the Apollo Justice games. I've played all of the original trilogy, and I have played Great Ace Attorney, though.
The first Apollo game is good. I like it a lot. The second one is... It didn't... I didn't feel like playing the third Apollo game after that. So, just, you know, take what you will. But the first Apollo game is very good. Not to the same level, maybe, or maybe it's as good as the first game, like the very first. Yeah, I'd say that. It's just, you know, at the time everybody's like, it's not Phoenix. How could we do that? How could they do that? I haven't played the Professor Layton games. I remember as a kid, I have played it and I got filtered because lots of the puzzles feel unrelated. It's like, solve a thing
that fair.
Doesn't necessarily have to do with the story at large.
That's
what
fair.
I have played and what I will shill to everybody, because there recently came out a Steam port. Everybody should play this game. Everybody should play Ghost Trick. It's a great game.
Ooh, I've heard good things, and I remember seeing people go just feral when that got announced at a Nintendo Direct a couple months back. And I think that was the one where they announced the new Layton game, and that I went feral for that. That I think it was the only game that was talked about that day that didn't have a release date or release year at all, and it was a 20-second trailer. But that was all I needed, because we haven't had a mainline Layton game in 10 years, and I kind of assumed that they had sunset the thing, and I was gonna be okay with that. But hearing that it's back, it just makes me very, very happy. And
I hope it's worth the wait.
It's the type of thing that I've enjoyed the Layton games in that franchise so much already that even if it is underwhelming, whatever. I'm playing with house money at this point, that I've already gotten so much enjoyment. If I can get any more, great, wonderful. If it's done very poorly, well, that's kind of a bummer, but it's not going to undermine all of the games that I've enjoyed in the past.
I definitely want to play Great Ace Attorney, because a lot of friends have said, like you said, it's good. Layton is on my to-play eventually, because I probably won't get filtered by the puzzles now. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I will. Maybe the streamer debuff will hurt me just enough to do so.
I'm admittedly not sure if it's a very good streaming game. One, because it's going... You can tell chat to not give you hints. Someone's going to just tune in and going to do it anyways. Yeah. And I guess you sort of need to decide, are you okay with that, or would it need to be an off-stream game for you? And then I also would understand if you feel like, all right, I play games so much on-stream, I don't necessarily want to play a lot off-stream. So
I typically don't mind backseating. Like, if it's a story thing, if you are, I don't want someone to tell me the story, but if it's just like a little hint, like,
I think
try
you're more
looking
likely
in
to
this
get,
area.
I think you're much more likely to get puzzle spoilers than plot spoilers. And even if the puzzle is related to the plot at hand, that, you know, saying, all right, you're supposed to put this piece there, is not a story element in and of itself. Most of the time. There's a couple puzzles that are very, very much lore-driven and story-driven, that there's something that is supposed to be a really big aha moment, but those are much fewer and farther in between. That the Layton games get better over time with at least having their puzzles be marginally relevant to what is going on. I can fully recognize and understand how you got filtered back in the day of the puzzles being too unrelated to the story at hand and it just taking you out of the element. And if you aren't someone who just enjoys puzzles anyways, that it's not going to be a very good game. I think they got a lot more consistent as time goes on, but even in the later ones, I will say that the games don't, or the puzzles don't always have to do with the plot, but they're they got a lot better about making them at least thematically and flavorfully related to the environment or to the person presenting the puzzle, and not just, here's a really random thing with matchsticks.
Have you played the Zero Escape series, the 999?
I have not.
Okay.
And I've
You'll
heard
probably-
the name of the series. I don't really know anything about it.
The Nonary games. On Steam, it's called the Nonary games.
Yeah, I've
or
definitely heard
Nonary
of them,
game.
but and I know that I've spoken about them with a guest or two in the past, but I have not gotten around to playing them and don't know anything particularly deep about them.
It's puzzles. It's I don't want to like describe it like this because it feels reductive, but it's like it's a dark tone like Danganronpa, but it's puzzle solving similar to Layton, but the puzzles are like environmental puzzles or like and it's also like a visual novel. That's spot on. I wish I played the game myself, but I like watched somebody play through all of it a long time ago. It's been a while, so maybe I could go in with fresh-ish eyes. But it's good. It's very death game by majority for boomers. I need to play Death by Majority. That's like another visual novel, right?
I haven't heard of Death by Majority. Or Death Game by
I think it's indie. I might wait. Yeah, that one. Yeah, it's Your Turn to Die. It is called Your Turn to Die. And it's
I've heard
similar
the title, and I've never played it. I think I'm not sure if you're familiar with Grimmy. I think I've seen Grimmy post about playing this game. If I tuned into any of the streams, it was for a relatively short amount of time. That, you know, the classic pitfall with streaming narrative games is that it's very
You
difficult
gotta
for
know the
people
narrative.
to, you know, pop into halfway through. And I think I got filtered from the particular streams, and I absolutely enjoy Grimmy and her content, but, you know, that was one I was like, not really sure if I want to hop in halfway through on this. And that's just sort of the hazard of the genre as a streamer,
Yeah.
and why
I
I will
might-
never begrudge someone for not playing those types of games, even if I personally enjoy them.
I want to watch Grimmy, but I'll probably just play it myself, because
I don't think she's playing it now. That this was a couple
No,
months
it's
back.
over. But death game, edgy mystery is very much up my alley. Though I'm not tired of it, but I want to call the genre like Danganronpa like. But there's no way Danganronpa was the first one. What was that? There was a movie. There's a movie that was from the early 2000s. It was extremely popular because it was.
Was this an American movie or
a Japanese movie?
Mhm.
Death game movie.
Battle
like the
Royale?
death- Battle Royale. Yeah.
Like the progenitor of that genre, certainly.
It's not a formative movie for me. I don't know.
I
I liked it a lot.
I read the first couple chapters of the manga, and I'm someone who really enjoyed Death Note. I have no problem with grimdark, edgy stuff. It was just too graphic for me, and not in the sense of, oh, I think this is bad content, why are they going to these extremes? I totally got what they were going for, and just I'm not the type of person that usually gets like squicked out by gore. The manga was very well drawn and very graphic. I consider the fact that I had to put that down a success on their part. It was exactly what it wanted to be, and I could not stomach it, and that's on me. That is me not caring for the content, my stomach not caring for it. That is not a knock. Like I said, if anything, it is high praise to the artist, because I usually don't get that.
So I very easily get like freaked out by like gore and like physical violence, and I was doing the character creator, and like the beginning of Baldur's Gate like freaked me out. Like I was going like, ooh, I can't look. But the movie, because it's live action and it features real people, I think it was toned down a lot.
Yeah, I can't think of any time I've had a problem with movie gore, that certain manga or other artistic representations of gore are much more likely to make me squeamish. And again, that's high praise to the artist.
No, it wasn't the butt door. He was like putting a worm in somebody's eye, and I was like, I can't look. I can't look. That looks really painful. That looks disgusting and horrible. I hope that's not spoilers.
No,
first cutscene in Baldur's Gate.
I feel like if it's first hour of the game, that it's generally spoiler exempt.
It is before the character creator.
Yeah.
So
it is. It's the cold open.
So yeah, I like Battle Royale, and it's now the genre of video games that are super popular. And every time I think about that, I think, oh, I should boot up Fortnite. But Fortnite is more a vehicle of hanging out with my friends than it is a vehicle of gaming time.
That's a really interesting way to frame it, and I respect that. I like that.
Well, like, there's some games that it's like you don't necessarily like it, but your friends play it. So it's like, yeah, I want to hang out with my friends.
And that you don't hate it enough to not play it when your friends are playing it.
Like I have friends that are into League. I am sorry. I'm not doing that. I'm not good. That could be bad.
League is also just so much more complex than Fortnite.
True. Fortnite is very brain dead. You can pick it up and point and shoot, and
and even if you don't know, like, you don't need to know what the best items or the best builds are or the high level strategies to understand, okay, find gear and make the choice of, do I want to run toward danger or run away from it?
The only bad thing is, like, sometimes you can go almost a whole game without running into people because the map is big.
Yeah.
And you don't know where you're going because you barely play the game, and sometimes the maps change. And it's like,
there's a certain level of thrill of that unto itself, though, of just the utter lack of people, and then exploring and wondering, and the sort of latent stress of, I could run into anyone at any time, and I have to be on high alert at all times, even if I'm not finding people.
So if I'm not finding people, I'm like, I want violence. I want violence. Why am I not violent? I'm in the big shooty bang bang kill game. I want to go big shooty bang bang kill. I wanna, and then I get headshot, and I'm like, oh. Okay.
I want, not to me. I wanted to inflict the shooty bang bang violence. You didn't understand the request.
just let me get a shot in. Let me feel a little bit of the thrill of the competition before I have to die. But yeah, like I don't play it myself, but a friend of mine is like, the only reason I have Apex installed is because that is designated hangout time with this group of people who have all decided, okay, Apex time. I think lots of games are like that. Like, it is a vehicle for social interaction with the people who play that game.
That's why stuff like Among Us got so popular, or Fall Guys, largely, that it would be something fun to play with your friends, and that you might play it on your own every now and again. Fall Guys certainly more than Among Us. Never do public lobbies in Among Us. Screw that.
It's not fun.
Yeah, individual play on Fall Guys at least can be entertaining. That if you want to just do a round or two on your own, whatever, that can be fun. More fun with friends certainly, but not a miserable experience in a solo.
Shh, keep that on the down low. Don't let them know I'm the new VSOP member. Or I forget what that company is called. But there's
Vespo?
Vespo, yeah, Vespo. I'm very much not a gamer. I would want to, but also that is for gamers.
Yeah,
I'm not a gamer.
I am and always have been total garbage at shooters, and I don't feel the motivation to get good, and I feel like the barrier to entry skill curve for that entire genre only increases over time, and I've just accepted that I'm not going to get good.
That's fine. Enjoy. I wonder how you get good. Like, do you play maybe a boomer shooter to train yourself? Or like,
How good is playing against bots on the highest difficulty actually going to do in terms of preparing you for IRL play?
Probably not, but get yourself a coach. Get yourself somebody who can help you out with that. I know I'll never be the best or even maybe good, but I want to get good at Street Fighter. Or no, I don't want to get. I want to get passable. I want to get enough to maybe play with viewers. I want to hang out and fighting
You want to be able
game.
to hold your own.
Yeah, and have it be a vehicle where I can hang out with my fighting game friends. Because sometimes everybody's talking about Strive, and I just go, man, that sure is a pretty game.
Yeah,
but
gosh, that looks so cool. I can play Smash Brothers. I am passable plus at Smash Brothers. Certainly not going to be competitive. I can play, casual plus and be competitive and have a good round. 2D fighters, I got nothing.
SF6 is very
I've heard that they streamlined inputs a lot, and that if you want to do the full combo inputs, that you can, but that if you want single button combo, that you can also do that, and I appreciate the hell out of that design.
It's very there's also like a very expansive. There's a whole mode of the game that is tutorials, but in a way that makes it fun, like the World Tour mode, where you do create a character and then it teaches you how to do each fighter's moves, and it's like, do
that
this
one of
fun little RPG.
That is, again, impressive design. That it is not impossible to make tutorials and learning sequences fun, engaging, and something that you look forward to. But so few developers put in the effort to do that it's, all right, here's training mode where you can just do stuff and
You're
that
in a box.
Yeah.
And
but to actually weave that into your story mode and say, all right, we're going to make this part of the plot, and that we are going to reward you for learning these skills, and that going through these little exercises that will help you become a genuinely better player will feel rewarding and feel incentivized and feel natural.
So I'm enjoying the time that it makes my fingies hurt. It makes my fingies hurt, but I do enjoy the time I spend playing Street Fighter 6 a lot. Lane Blanc, hello,
Lane,
welcome
hi,
in.
Lane. Oh, I totally messed up the layering of
today?
Are you familiar with Lane?
I am not familiar with Lane.
Lane is a dear friend of mine and the first guest I ever had on the show.
Oh, thank you for the raid. Let me What were you doing? What were you playing? Tell me about it.
I meant to do a shout, and I typed in the raid command, and then I stopped myself. Wait a minute, wrong command. Yes. Hi, Lane. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good stream.
Oh, you were in Baldur's Gate. I hope you're enjoying that.
Bodega Rat was actually talking about a upcoming Baldur's Gate collab that she's going to be involved with. So, very good timing. Well, actually not as great timing because that was, gosh, that might have been an hour ago. But it was talked about. It is still relevant.
We've been ping-ponging on the conversation and how I was like, ooh, do I want to be a druid? Do I want to be a rogue? Do I want to, what kind of halfling do I want to be? Because I was like, what's the smallest I can be? And I still want to be cute. So legally distinct hobbit sounds pretty good. And the feat I get is also good. And let me be a little guy. I just want to be a tiny little guy.
Yeah. And again, welcome in Raiders Lane. I hope you had a good stream. Take care of yourself. You need to rest up. I am Jay. This is Vtuber Talk, and I'm talking with Bodega Rat. We have been all over the place in the best of ways. We were talking about different games, everything from narrative games. We, at the moment, we're on Street Fighter and how they've made it good and accessible and had good tutorial and training design. Gosh, where were we going? It felt like we actually caught us sort of in between topics.
No, it's okay. We can go to
actually, I still have a couple more pieces of art.
Okay.
And this is a fun one.
Embarrass me some more.
Past guest, Koki. Love the styling on this one. This one is just fun and cute and mischievous. It's very Koki.
I've been trying to hone, I guess, a chibi style that feels unique enough, but still is easy to draw. And I did this. It must have been for Koki's birthday, I think.
That would make sense.
And there's a reactive version, and I want to try doing something similar for all the Southside members. I've currently done Dance, Koki, Toma. Oh shit, I think that's it. But I do have a peony one that's got the lines done, and Callie. I did Callie recently as well. So hopefully a whole crew. I'm just relative. I'm slow at art, and that's why I try to expedite as much as I can. But yeah. Love that little Forg. Forg is very funny. Forg is nice to hang out with. Why nice? Stop being nice. Don't do it. Don't call her cute because it's bad.
PT Brown made the comment in that Lane and Koki are very similar in that don't use the C word with them, but use the C word with them at the right times.
Okay, I don't want to steal somebody's bit, but don't call me cute. Come up with something more creative. You can run around in that little brain of yours and pick out an adjective that will please me more, because that's what you call all the streamers. I bet you call all of them cute. Every girl on the internet is some percentage cute. So come up with something better. I don't know. Am I too demanding? Am I too picky to be?
It's reasonable to ask for something slightly different.
I'm totally special and deserve something else, right?
Pay no attention to any edits I may or may not have just made.
The criminal! I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna, yeah.
You said
I'm
not cute. I have abided by your wishes.
You are correct. You are technically correct. In Minecraft, in Roblox, in Fortnite, in a death game, in a Danganronpa in a I appreciate the calming influence and the not like other rats comments. And adorable and hilarious. Yeah, you can't say uh funny and cute go together, but not in the other order. So yeah. So I've been trying to streamline it. The entirety of my art career is an effort to streamline my work more and more and more. And I think that's why I gravitate to
towards the types of templates that we saw earlier.
Exactly.
That you like something that can be recreated, customized, something that will be iconic and fun for the subject in its own right, but that isn't going to necessarily require a whole bunch of ground up work because you're already starting with the foundation.
Exactly. If you use a base, if you like use a template, good. Save your time. Know the fundamentals, obviously. If you're starting out in art, like take figure drawing classes, study from life, know the fundamentals. Backwards, forwards, inside out, up their ass, all the
Work smarter,
like
not harder.
Exactly. Yeah. You've only got so much time. The older I get, the more I'm like, I don't have time to waste, so I want to fill. If I'm gonna be wasting my time, I better be enjoying it. So that's why I waste my time with a lot of Slay the Spire, a lot of I like. It's a recent relatively recent, but a while back, I kind of got the game Inscription on a whim, and then it's like, crap, I love this game. I need more card like.
Avoid Magic the Gathering at all costs.
I will avoid Magic the Gathering.
By which I will actually suggest the way I play Magic the Gathering, which is to never play Constructed and always play Limited Magic. Do you know what Limited Magic is?
Does that mean you have like a set deck or like a limited number of cards in your deck or
Yes.
like a limited number of turns?
So limited card pool, limited selection. Limited refers to two different formats, draft and sealed. Sealed is where you get 6 booster packs and you build a 40-card deck using only those booster packs. Draft is where you have 8 people at a table. Everybody has 3 booster packs. Everybody opens up 1 pack, picks 1 card, puts that down. That is now in your pool. You pass the pack to the left, which means you're receiving a pack from the right. Pick a card. That's yours. Pass. And that, if you know the basics of Magic, there's the colors. And by 3rd, 4th, 5th pick, you might see, that's a very good red card. That shouldn't be here. That probably indicates that the people to my right are not in red, so I should probably look to take more red cards because I'm more likely to get past those. But, I opened my pack and the first card I picked was this blue rare because it's very, very powerful. But if by pack 4, 5, 6, there's no blue cards in this pack. Next pack, there's no blue cards in this pack. That's going to tell you, all right, people that are passing to you are probably in blue, and you might want to pivot out because then you're less likely to get blue cards, or that you're going to be getting the sloppy seconds, and that there is the real-time strategy and reevaluation of cards just based on what you are seeing and not seeing. And then you build a deck using only that. And that if I'm playing paper Magic and doing that, I will then sell the rares back to the shop. Drafting usually costs like $15, $20, and that it will be, 4-ish hours, usually an hour for the process of drafting and deck building, and then 3 rounds of games. And that, if I can recoup a couple bucks for that, that's fine. And then it's sort of the cost of a movie ticket, but I'm not accumulating a collection. I'm never having to pay hundreds of dollars for a deck, and it's just play when I want for some amount of money, or you can do online arena and grind out the free currency easily enough, or if you're only playing a little bit and are moderately good, you can win enough of the premium currency to relatively cycle and make it so you're not actually paying in Go Infinite if you're only playing once, twice a week. If you're trying to play all the time, every day, you're probably not going to be able to make that work necessarily unless you're very, very good. But, you know, the ladder resets every so often, and you can pick off enough folks in the lower ranks, or at least win enough games to break even on the currency. That's how I play Magic. And that it is a minimal to no cost hobby. At the most, it's a movie ticket, and that I don't keep the cards. That I will either sell them, give them away. I might keep a couple because I think they're cool, or maybe if I want to speculate, I have like a small box of cards that I'm seeing. Do they go up in value? And if not, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's found money at that point, and if it's not, then I haven't lost money. I haven't invested in them. And that's how I play instead of, you know, building decks, spending lots and lots of money.
That does sound like a fun way. First, it involves when you're building your deck, the deck building aspect, you need to know most of the cards, front, forwards, backwards, in order to participate in that, whereas a total newbie might not necessarily know which cards mesh with each other than like the simple color coded thing.
Yes and no. That when you draft with a very exceptional situation where people bring random packs, usually it is all the same set, so that you're already only working with a single booster set's worth of cards, and that things are already inherently going to mesh with each other, be designed, that they design Magic the Gathering sets for draft nowadays. They have for basically after the first 5-6 years of Magic, that they started designing, you know, commons and uncommons with themes, having that intent, knowing people will be drafting it. So it's already curated in that sense. And that if you know general heuristics of card evaluation, and just, it's called the vanilla test of, all right, what are the stats that you would expect from a card at a given mana value with no other effects? And also just nowadays, there are very few cards that are outright unplayable. There might be a small handful, and that's because they might be synergy pieces for constructed play, but by and large, you don't need to know exactly, all right, what are the best. That if you put in the time to learn, you can get an edge, absolutely, but that it is very difficult to end a draft with an unplayable pool of cards if you are keeping to two colors.
Okay.
And that, there are podcasts, if you want to go deep, if you are the type of geeky nerdy that wants to know the strategy for that set, and all right, what colors are best, what archetypes are best, you can do that, and you can invest that time, and it's no extra cost if that type of learning and strategizing is fun and rewarding to you. But if you don't want to invest that time, you really don't have to. As long as you know the basic rules, that do you know how combat works? Do you understand the concept of what a mana cost on a card is? That, what is the difference between an instant and a sorcery? As long as you know those basics of the game, you can learn card evaluation over time just through iteration. And that, set to set, there will always be, all right, there's going to be sort of a beefy green common card. There's going to be a red combat trick. That there's a lot of consistency across sets and design that you'll just pick up and find intuitively, because they have built sets to be as such, to be approachable. But then if you want to be a total geek like me, you can do that too.
A lot of people have recommended Magic to me. I'm hesitant because I do not want to sink a lot of time, even if it is like initially like an afternoon. Then there's like, oh, that's an afternoon I could be drawing, or that's an afternoon I could be like doing chores, or that's an afternoon I could be doing streaming.
That's totally understandable.
If I have free time,
What I was...
I'll usually stream.
That if it interests you to a non-zero degree, and you have a friend who's into it, who enjoys drafting, be like, hey, can I watch you while you draft? That, just in Discord, screen share, and maybe explain a bit as we go. Like I said, as long as you're able to learn the basics of the game of combat math. And the basics of combat math in Magic are basically just what they are in Inscription. Power, toughness, and how that works. That's the Magic the Gathering combat formula. You already know it. And then, watch over a friend's shoulder while they're playing online, and that you can sort of talk through things, and you might even see things. That's actually how I play more often than not, is I'll be playing with a friend, and both of us are good, but there's plenty of times where I won't see a line of play that he will, and that it is a literal two heads are better than one situation.
And you learn new things looking over somebody's shoulder.
Exactly. That I learned by playing over his shoulder, and now I will occasionally find things that he misses. But again, if that is of interest to you, that there are ways to get into Magic that are low investment, and that you don't need to understand deep strategy. But at the same time, I understand that that might not be of interest, in that, I guess, the moral of my story here is Magic's bark is worse than its bite, and that there are ways to play that are paths less traveled, but still viable and fun in their own right.
Well, recently, somebody shilled me a game called Ratopolis.
I've never heard of that, but boy, does that sound on brand.
It is a deck building, real-time strategy card game. So, like, you are building a town, and, like, you have military cards, you have, like, infrastructure cards.
Wow. I'm looking this up. The little blurb is a fusion of roguelike, tower defense, city building, and deck building.
It's really good.
That sounds really good and more complex than Magic. If you enjoy this and are able to grok it, the mere concept of these mechanics and game styles being fused tells me it's already more complex than Magic.
I mean, I haven't beaten a run yet. I've made it to close to the end, but, like, you're supposed to survive, like, 30 waves of enemies. And I've yet to do that. I've come close, but I get overrun near the very end. It has rats. It's perfect. It's literally perfect for me. and I don't know. I spent way too long. Not way too long. But
perhaps longer than you expected.
Yeah, way longer than I expected. And getting super, like, engrossed in the game and not understanding.
Well, that's good.
But...
Like, I love hearing when people find a game that they didn't expect to love and just like, oh, oops, I've been playing for 6 hours. When did that happen?
Exactly. Yeah, it was one of those situations. And I am shilling it to you now. I don't know if it's still on sale, but there was, like, a strategy fest on Steam, and it was part of that because it is a strategy game. But it was very good, very enjoyable. And
$18, that's not bad.
It isn't bad for a game. I snagged it at 12. So very, very worth the price, and worth it that I will shill it randomly. Like, do you enjoy, like, Splire? I compare too many games to Slay the Spire because
it's another one that might not have been the first, but it certainly helped popularize the genre and act as, if not a formula, a inspiration for the design of many other games.
Yeah, and it's great. It's very addicting. I've spent too little time checking out mods. I have 500 hours and 499 is base games. Base game.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's just easy to kind of head empty, but also like focus on your strategy and try to, there's certain like it gets harder how much you like you can make it harder on yourself basically. And trying to like beat everything with that added difficulty and all the different characters and yeah, everything like that. So yeah, and there's like direct Slay the Spire references in Ratopolis, like they ref like this card acts similar, or this get a little rat advisor that can help you, gives you a special ability, and it looks like one of the Spire characters, and yeah, it's cute and it's very addicting.
That's dangerous. It's very dangerous.
Well, there's no investment other than the initial, buying the game, which is, I think I'd say I prefer video games in general because it's just that one-time purchase. But no, lots of games now, it's not that one-time purchase. You have to like.
I have a love-hate relationship with the free-to-play model that in some ways I'm really glad that free-to-play games exist because there's a lot of people that don't have the budget to play games, and that without the free-to-play model, they would not play many games at all. And that if a free-to-play game is designed well, you are able to play without spending at all. It might take a little bit longer. You might not be able to get the best characters right when they release, but if you wait a couple of months, that you'll be able to get them either much easier or by using the free currency, not the premium currency. And no, you might not be the top player in the game with the top build, but you can still play all of the single player content and maybe be okay in the PvP arena, even if not the top level, and spend no money but spend a lot of time and have a lot of fun. And that wasn't an option for people who didn't have money to spend on a game or a console or a high-end computer. That when that stuff came to mobile, and that I don't even need to buy a console now and I can just download games for free, that's game-changing for the industry as a whole. And yes, there are some companies that got super predatory with it, and that sucks. But there's still a lot of good that came from free-to-play, in my opinion.
You got games on your phone. Back in my day, you were a nerd for liking video games at all, and it's like, wow, you're doing something weird in counterculture. You have to go talk to like the other nerds.
One nerdy uncle at the family reunion, or the one cousin who happened to be a gamer that you could learn gamer stuff from.
And now it's just like, nah, the whole class, everybody has like Fortnite or Genshin on their phone. Yeah. Like, it really complex games, like graphically on your phone. How people play games like that, like with a touch screen, I do not understand. I never liked,
and that's
playing.
Not my style of game. I have never really gotten into a free-to-play game. It's just not how I go as a gamer, but I'm very glad it exists, and I fully understand why so many people enjoy those games.
So, phone games are good because of rhythm games. You can make a really good rhythm game on your phone. And I was really
Can I
into...
Can I guess?
You can guess.
Love Live School Idol Festival.
Okay, that wasn't my favorite, but I was like, I did spend a good amount of money on that.
So
My favorite.
I played that one free for a couple months. Eventually fell off, but yeah. Sorry to interrupt.
It's okay. It's okay. I didn't spend that much on School Idol Festival. I don't know how much I spent, but it wasn't the amount that I spent. Okay, School Idol Festival, you get a PNG. You get a PNG, that's all you get. Later on, they made the PNGs live 2Ds, I think. I justified it to myself. Because in Cinderella Girls Starlight Stage, you got a 3D model of your idol who could dance. And those 3D models looked really, really good for the time. So it's an embarrassing amount of money on Cinderella Girls. But that was a really good game. And I had to drop it because... Now, what do you mean even worse? It's a good game. It's a good game. It's got great songs. But it's very funny because lots of... there's this like really popular character, Riamu, who I'm sure you've seen. She's got like pink hair and huge tits and like a skeleton t-shirt and is like the edgy idol. And like I dropped the game right as she released and she wasn't super popular initially. But now she's one of the most popular girls from that series. And I'm glad I dropped it beforehand, because I probably would have spent a stupid amount of money, because I love the edgy idols.
Yeah. You dodged the bullet.
Yeah, I did.
But you dodged
it. But yeah, do you want a good rhythm game? Try Cinderella Girls. It's outdated by this point, because I played it a lot in like 2016, 2015. And it's also, man, I was really sad when they decided to sunset School Idol Festival.
That's the rough part of those, of when they get sunset. Are you able to at least still play what was the released content, or is it gone?
Oh, God.
Some are able to, keep it so the local data on your phone that you can continue to play the songs or the content that existed, and you can, save your progress and your scores locally. Nothing will get uploaded to the leaderboards anymore. Those don't exist. Seasons don't exist. New releases and content don't exist, but at least you still have it. But sometimes it's just poof, and that's
I feel really bad for everybody who enjoyed Dragalia Lost, because that one I think is gone. And I never got into it, but everybody I know, like, who played it misses it dearly. And it was not doing badly, but it wasn't going gangbusters. And it was a collab between Nintendo and the company that does a lot of phone games.
Bushiroad?
Bushiroad, yeah. It was a Bushiroad cross Nintendo. And they had some like Fire Emblem collabs, because they were, the two Nintendo gachas at the same coexisting. And now Fire Emblem Heroes still exists, and I fell off of that. Despite really liking Heroes, the power creep was too much. And I didn't play a lot of the PvP, but it's just like, not great. It's not good anymore. Okay. I mean it just stopped being fun for a while, and I'm like, why am I playing this game if it's not fun?
Yes, that is the question you should always ask, that at any point in time when you are playing a game that you realize that you are not having fun. If it is once because, all right, there's a frustratingly hard boss, perhaps there was bad balancing design. Okay, keep going. If you notice that you're having that experience every time you face a boss, then maybe it's time to drop the game, or just, all right, am I just grinding for materials and that there doesn't feel like there is fun content in this game anymore?
Yeah. It happened. I don't play a lot of games, and the ones I do, like, I either finish it or I drop it right away, because I think early on I can tell if, like, I'm going to genuinely enjoy it or if I'm going to be more frustrated by it. And I think I played more bad games when I had more time, and I got less time, but that's okay, because all the games I've played recently, I've enjoyed a whole lot of a big enjoy.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
We totally got off of art there, but that was a fun thread.
Oh, hello, Colt.
Hey, Colt. We saw an orb of you earlier.
Yeah, you were in orb form. I was just showing off some. Well, I wasn't showing off. You stole it. You stole my work. What are you gonna do with my work? You charlatan. You thief.
Oh, I'm gonna make a Twitter account and post things, say, "Oh, open for commissions," and friend request everybody in every server that I'm in, and be like, "Hey, are you looking for an artist? I do commissions."
God, that's literally the only people who friend me now.
It
like,
is.
I don't even look at my notifications on. It's annoying. No, that's evil.
No,
that's actually
even
evil,
I wasn't
dude.
that evil. Gosh, I was just gonna scam some people and try and be a fake artist. I wasn't gonna. Once I gotta ban him. No.
Oh no. Mods, eliminate this man. Yeah, Twitter's doing it already.
On to happier art games. One thing, so you were talking about honing this chibi art style, and that you've done a couple of these.
Yeah.
You rigged this model of yourself, and that you mentioned that you don't have interest in doing super complex rigging.
Yes.
Would you ever consider rigging these types of models that, simpler, chibier, that they'll probably have more layers than what you are working with your current model?
Probably.
But is the scale here something that you would still consider working with, or is that just, nah, don't want to bother with something? I might do the art and say, hey, I'll cut it into layers, and if somebody wants to get it rigged by another person, whatever, but I have no interest in rigging, or would you consider?
Only for, like, I think I could do it. I think I could hack it. It would be very minimal rigging. So, like, mouth forms, eye closing and eye opening forms, a little bit of hair movement. I wouldn't want to bite off more than I can chew.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe I know there's a way to do it where like maybe even instead of mouth forms, there's a way to do it so that you're switching between different PNGs of the mouth being opened and closed based on the sound and whatnot. Like, I've seen pixel appearing models that look pixelated, like an old art style, like a retro game.
I think I've seen the type of model you're talking about. Yeah.
And so it's just different images of the mouth, and it would go between those forms, like within a frame or something, and then just like eye close, eye open.
Yeah.
I could probably do it. I don't want to right now. I would rather, the thing that I'm trying to focus my energy on is drawing a human body. So for a while, I've been using Zoop, zoop, zoop. Hi. I'm using this creature to be a little more conventionally attractive. So we have very unrealistic body beauty standards, and this ain't gonna cut it. So to most people. So you know what? I have a little thing on screen. I have something more normal, something a little more normal. But I want to be a real girl, and I do have a V-Roid that I use sometimes.
This is very low-hanging fruit, and I have to believe you have, but
Yeah?
I don't know if I've seen it on stream. Have you ratatouille'd her? You know, just because usually you're beside, but
Oh.
whoop.
Yes, there have been ratatouille situations. I've done a ratatouille. I
Like I said, low-hanging
like-
fruit, but I was like, just in case this hasn't been done, just on the off chance.
I like having it beside. I like having it beside, in order to showcase the way, in order to showcase the most of both models.
That's very fair.
But there less of like I can have the rat be really big, and I can have like the anime girl be like, "Ooh, look at me! I'm super up close to you. Ooh, isn't it adorable? Isn't it cute? Don't you want to be next to a female? Don't you want to be anyway? But it is bait. It is a piece of bait. Oh! It is a piece of bait to attract new people, and then haha, fuck you, I'm a rat. Get bent.
I will never begrudge someone for using, that's not even an underhanded tactic. I will never begrudge someone for using shiny visuals to get people in the door.
Exactly. That's the whole point. The whole point of being you got look pretty, do be.
And then they learn over time that it's actually the rat they wanted all along. That the rat is so damn cute that it just you open their eyes to what they were missing for what was in front of them the whole time, and how wonderful it is.
I started watching a super cute rat girl Vtuber, but it turns out she's just a rat. That's a
good light novel concept you got right there.
Exactly. That's okay. There's probably tons of light novels about VTubers now. I've
only heard of a couple, but I assume that there will be many more in the next 5 years.
And
we're just
I'm
currently
sure
going
there's
through the
tons
delay
right now.
There's
they
probably
need to get
plenty being printed
translated.
in Japan. We need to wait for them to be translated. We need to wait for the Japanese public basically to filter things for us, and that certain ones will do well because they are good, and certain ones will not do well because they are not good. And that's kind of the benefit we get of being overseas, is that we get a more curated feed of what gets translated, because companies are at least going to do usually baseline research on the IP that they get, certainly more nowadays than they used to. That back in the day, some companies would just blindly sign licenses for any creator that would offer it to them, but nowadays they're at least going to see, okay, did this sell enough to break even in Japan?
Okay. I agree, except this is a deep cut. There was a manga that I read in the early 2010s that would never be licensed in America. Never, ever, ever. It was surprisingly good. It had a really interesting concept. It wasn't like
but was it one that
revolutionary
wouldn't
or
necessarily agree with American culture, shall we say?
Yeah. Okay, you're a real one if you know this. you should read maybe just the first chapter, because if you don't gel with this story, I understand completely. I'm not going to say the English name. You should read Onani Master Kurosawa. That was only fan translated, or like it was a very indie project. Like, I think it was a webcomic in Japan. I don't think it was ever like published until after it was finished. Let me make sure I'm spelling this right.
No, I was able to find it.
Yeah, it's.
I understand why you went with the Japanese title. Good discretion. I respect that.
It's good. It's better than it has any right to be.
That happens. That sometimes happens of just, you look at the title and you look at the core concept on its face and say, this shouldn't work, or that I expect it to be this thing, and that then it's actually something a lot better, a lot more thoughtful. That there's two instances of what I call bait and switch shows, and there are plenty of others, but the two quintessential bait and switch anime, manga, light novels that I always point to are Food Wars, because on the tin it looks like it's going to be this super ecchi show, and yes, there are ecchi moments. Have you seen Red, Food Wars, Shokugeki no Soma at all?
Yeah, I've seen like a couple of the first episodes. I know it's genuinely good as a food manga / anime. I can't really get into shonen,
and that's fine. If shonen just isn't your jam, that's fine, because
it's very much a shonen.
Yeah, that it's not even really a cooking show. It's a shonen. It's a battle shonen, but it's not physical combat. And that I think it is a very well done shonen, that they have good characters, good story arc, good music, really good music in the anime. And yeah, there's some cool conceptual food stuff. A lot of it is not very practical, but it's
really
neat.
It's okay.
It's realistic at the very least, and draws on some neat concepts, but it's not actually the ecchi show that the marketing would lead you to believe, because it's doing what you do with, all right, here's the flashy visuals to get you in the door, and then psych sucker, it's actually a battle shonen that covers some cool topics. And what I think that it does particularly well, the ecchi moments, there are some exceptions to this, but by and large, the ecchi moments don't happen. They're in headspace. It's what happens when people are eating the food, and what they're thinking of, and what they're perhaps an emotional representation on some level. But that it's literally them spicing up what would be the most boring part of the show, them chewing the food and eating and reflecting on what they are eating. And otherwise, that would be a very boring but vital sequence to every episode. So let's spice it up.
I've had lots of food that I would consider to be better than an intimate moment. Like I've had that food reaction, the food reaction of,
this tastes so delicious. I
want to take my time and really enjoy it. That's a real deal thing.
And there are instances in the show where some of the things are happening physically IRL. They are over quickly enough, and they get back to the plot at hand, that I am able to be all right with them as a viewer. But then there's also this large proportion of the time where it actually physically doesn't happen. And I think that's super cool, because generally speaking, as a viewer, I am not into fan service. I'm not going to judge someone if they enjoy it. That's fine, whatever. It is just not what I look for in my content. But I found Food Wars because I had just been having a really rough week. It just was a moment where I said, I want the dumbest show I can think of right now to shut my brain off and Just like let's numb this pain with the dumbest thing I can think of. And Food Wars Season 2 had just started, so I was like, all right, episode 1, I've seen the ads for the show. I know this is garbage. Let's go. I blink, oops, I'm at episode 7. When did that happen?
It's great that you could find a show where all of a sudden, like, it's great. You just move through it. You said there was a second bait and switch show, though.
And I rank this one higher because this is one where, again, the marketing would make you think this is an ecchi show because they lean into a single fan service shot that isn't actually sexual in the content itself. Are you familiar with Spice and Wolf?
Oh, yeah. I never watched it, but it was very popular among people I knew.
What do you think it's about?
I think it's about economics.
Yes.
Because that's what people say it is.
Yeah.
It's like, ooh, cute fox girl. Ooh, cool fox girl wife.
It's actually just, that is the big bait and switch. That the promo image that is always used is the first moment when Holo, the wolf girl, is found naked in the back of the cart. And what happens is the guy says, what the hell are you doing? Put on clothes.
Yeah,
and
that's what you would say in that situation.
It's oh, sexy fox girl, psych suckers, it's economic theory.
It's a long time. I'm gonna watch it. Season 2 never, I think.
Well, actually, no, that's the thing.
But
they announced earlier this year that it's not clear if it is a full-on reboot or a continuation, but they're making more. And I'm so excited. Like, this was announced 2-3 months ago. It was relatively recent. I don't think they've announced a release date, but they've shown a trailer, and it looks gorgeous.
They have... I'm assuming the novel finished eventually.
I think so. I know the novels certainly continued much, much farther.
Yeah.
But I have to assume it finished, but I'm not 100% sure. To the search engine.
Did Spice and Wolf finish?
Is Spice and Wolf complete?
Finished as of book 17. When did book 17 come out?
Light novels. No, that's a side series. Light novel says it is still running.
No. Maybe
manga is complete though, but I expect that the light novels there's more volumes of the light novel, so I expect that is the quote unquote actual full story. Let's see, when was the last one published? Are we on a long hiatus, or are they just slow and steady releases?
2020 was the last release.
Parchment.
Oh wait, no, never mind. That's
no, I
something
see.
else.
I see January 23 for the most recent Japanese release, and actually August 22nd, 2023, English release of Volume 24 of Spice and Wolf. So we had one this year. Prior to that, it was November 2022. Prior to that, November 2021. So it seems that they are going at the pace of about one a year. There was a gap between 2019 and 2021. I will call that a obvious and forgivable anomaly.
Obviously, yeah. Huh.
So it's slow but steady, but still certainly active.
I prefer stories with endings. Like,
I
won't. I'll still have this as like, yeah, sure, I'll get to it eventually. And I actually have volume 1 of the novel. I think it belongs to my roommate, but it is like on a bookshelf.
Yeah.
Of volume 1.
And for
English.
the original anime that went 2 seasons, it ended very obviously with the main story incomplete, but they had completed the ongoing arc, and that it is one of the better instances, in my opinion, of a manga or a light novel or show where it's all right, and their adventure continues in the books.
Right.
I think what they had in the anime was satisfying enough where it wasn't the level of frustration that I usually feel when I get something like that in an anime or manga. Obviously leaves you wanting more, and it does a good job of what it's, I suppose, designed to do in that sense. But it also felt satisfying enough that I finished those episodes saying, kind of want to see what's next, but I'm also okay not, and I liked what it was, and that they resolved all the major points at hand, that there wasn't the obvious, okay, we need to... There weren't any huge loose plot threads that were just totally unsatisfying.
I think Haruhi is still going. The last volume, it said it was announced in 2020.
The light novels of Haruhi finished some time ago.
Oh, really?
The manga
never mind,
might still be ongoing.
Okay, never mind. Good.
Haruhi,
Good, I'm glad it's over.
I think Haruhi is the only light novel that I have read to completion after watching the anime. Because, gosh, Haruhi was so good. Yes, it's very popular, and perhaps some might think that it's overrated. I think Haruhi is a damn good series.
Definitely formative.
The Endless Eight in the anime was a mistake. It's a single chapter in the books. But
They shouldn't have save on animation budget.
No, that was the thing. They didn't.
Because everything
every episode
is
was done.
different.
Different shots, different outfits, marginally different lines. Every episode of the Endless Eight was animated from the ground up, and they went out of their way to show differences. That's the painful part of it all. It wasn't a cost-cutting measure. They were trying to be kind of artsy and creative, and they went too far. And even the producer has gone on record saying that it was a mistake. And I'm fully convinced that that is why it never continued. That it probably tanked the ratings in Japan, because think about it, that's 2 months of content. That by the time the second week is done, how many are going to drop off like the third week?
Anymore.
That weeks 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the ratings of how many people are tuning in has to be abysmal. At least here in the States, that we got it all in a single DVD set.
Yeah.
But highly recommend the light novels. It is all narrated from Kyon's perspective, so it's like the snarky narration that you would get in the anime is constant, but in a good way.
Good.
But in a really good way.
I liked Kyon a lot. Give me that snark, give me that sarcasm, call everyone out for being cringe, and then also embrace the cringe. And
they introduce a few more characters, but it is a tasteful and expected amount of new characters as a plot progresses. They do not overhaul the core group of 5.
The 5 of them.
Yeah, but what you see established in the anime is the core group. That's it. There will be people that come and go, certainly, as it should in a narrative, but it's 10 light novels total. Might be 11, because the last one was a part 1 and 2 that, at least in the U.S., is sold as a singular volume. And that the disappearance is book 5. So halfway done.
Yeah, then. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll pick up at 6 then.
Yeah.
Because I watched Disappearance a long time ago. Might
be worth the rewatch, because Disappearance is also just a really good movie. Holy cow!
It is. It is a very good movie, and it's old anime. It's old now. I'm turning to dust.
Those were certainly the moments of Nico Nico Douga medley that I recognized first and foremost the first time that I heard it. That I was not really aware of Idolmaster at that time. Even today, I'm certainly aware of Idolmaster. I don't know the songs.
There's a lot of Idolmaster songs.
Like, I love the original Idolmaster anime. Like the 26 episodes original. Loved that series. I thought the ensemble was great. The different storylines they had were great. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Saw a couple episodes of Cinderella Girls, and I think I just wasn't in the right mindset for that show. Or I wasn't able to get invested as quickly. That's probably me having gone and expected something similar to the original Idolmaster anime, which was very fun, zany, upbeat, whereas Cinderella Girls was a lot more grounded.
It is. I liked Cinderella Girls, but I also, I was very invested in the phone game of Cinderella Girls. But there are some really good moments where, there's drama, and they're building up, and then, everybody gets together and tries to cheer each other up, and then they do the song and dance, and it's just an emotional climax, and really good dancing, animation, and really good songs. The best part is the songs, and there's a lot of really good songs in Cinderella Girls. And Idol's cool. I know lots of people would be like, idol culture bad, but idols are kind of cool, and singing and dancing and being an entertainer is...
Idol culture bad. Idols and the things idols stand for good.
Like, I don't know, just a lot of the brain off entertainment that I like is girls helping a lot of idol anime is gay girl gay girl help each other, girl dance together, girl
in its own way. Like, idol anime is, it takes a lot of tropes from shonen of just the struggle starting from nothing, coming up against big strong super enemy, which in this case isn't fighting, but all right, it's the established idol group that you need to that you have to aspire to be like, and then ultimately face in combat, which is to say a popularity contest of some sort, or a battle the bands, battle the idols type of thing, and that you have the people that you meet, and that it can be sort of, all right, the enemies, the rivals in the early episodes might join your group, and that you become friends, and that you have those different character arcs in a lot of ways that shonen does, and that idol takes from that, but then also adds in the music and the dancing and all those other things, and that it becomes this amazing sum of all these different parts.
Have you ever seen Review Starlight?
I have heard that I need to see it. I've heard amazing things. I didn't see it because I didn't have High Dive at the time. I do have it now. High Dive's actually done a really good job of improving their catalog, over the last 3 years in particular, that there's at least a couple shows per season that I'll watch on there now. But I haven't gone back to watch Review Starlight, but I've heard really good things.
Okay, it is battle. It takes the battle to the next level. It is still
I have heard that.
Battle. yeah. And it's very visually interesting. And it's also Kongo's favorite anime. I'm not surprised by this at all. But it contrasts a lot.
That is it makes so much sense.
It does!
It's not the reflexive, I bet Kongo loves Starlight, but just you saying it was like, oh yeah, that's totally up his alley. That's exactly what he likes.
I watched it in a Discord server. He was streaming it. He never enters Discords, but there's one where he was like, hello, I am going to show Review Starlight to my friends, and you all happen to be in this area. And then he streamed it.
He probably was like, I encourage you to tune in.
Yeah, exactly. And it was just a big long watch along.
Hell yeah.
And I'd seen some of it, but I kind of dropped it because of some reason, I forget. But then I finished watching it then, and it's great.
Because it's not that long. It's only 12, 13 episodes, right?
You know what? I think what it was is that you have to really pay attention to the songs because there's important character moments.
Ooh.
And yeah, and what I kept doing is like pausing and like looking at like the set dressing and like the environments and like trying to read into like all the symbolism of everything happening. And I spent a lot of time on some episodes, and then I'm like, okay, I don't have any time anymore.
Oops.
Yeah.
I liked this so much that I accidentally didn't finish because I was paying so much attention.
But it's a very good show. It has it's not an Ikuhara anime, but I know that like Ikuhara alumni, Ikuhara disciples or something, put a lot of work and effort into it. And I wonder how the phone game is, because it is a phone game show. It can't
A
compete.
multimedia project.
Yeah. So yeah, that is a recommend because you said like it does the shonen thing. The other idol anime I really like, which it counts. It's about an idol group, is Zombieland Saga.
Oh God.
It's
Better
a
make
wacky
season
one.
3. You talk about endings.
You
can't do what you did at the end of season 2 and not give an answer to that.
No, if they make a season 3, they're just gonna not acknowledge it. Whatever happened at that last moment, they just won't acknowledge it at all, and it'll continue being wacky idol adventures, and it'll be fine. Saki is so cool. I love her.
It's a very good series.
I don't watch that much anime anymore. I watch it if like a friend is streaming it on Discord or something. I think the last show I went out of my way to watch was Oshinoko, because my friend
Definitely
was
worth
lazy
going out of your way to
and-
watch.
Yeah. I wish in the manga, there's a VTuber character who's very much on the side, and I wish they did more with her. But it's there's the main cast was pretty established by then, so it makes sense that they wouldn't like add another main player or something. But still, good series. I binged the manga, and it's very. I wish I found out about it.
Show as
Blind
as possible, if at all possible. It is a 90-minute first episode, and
it's worth it.
It's worth it, and it makes sense because there is, at the end of 90 minutes, it is not the show you started with. And if they had done a normal week to week where episode 3 has
people would have
the
dropped
change,
off.
people would have dropped off. It wouldn't have been the same.
The show Mustache Boyo is Oshi no Ko. You've probably seen
Same brain
gifs. Yeah. Wandering around. It's very popular. Everybody
was-
covered the OP.
Yes.
It
was the breakout hit of the spring that there were... I was shocked at how quickly it blew up because like last year Chainsaw Man had been anticipated for a year, and there was so much hype around it that the fans of the series were, shouting about it from the rooftops, and it was good. It was a very good show. I wasn't head over heels for it, but I can understand why a lot of people enjoy it, and I will say that it justified the vast majority of its hype. Oshinoko snuck up on us. I think I may have known one person who might have mentioned it in passing, and then it was just overnight, it was everywhere, and that the established fans were like, yeah, we saw this coming and whatnot, and they just hadn't been very vocal.
I think it was way more popular in Japan and just was kind of under the radar in the West. And
That
then
makes sense.
being an anime widens the appeal to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I wanted to say that my problem with Chainsaw Man, my one complaint, I wish it was brightly colored. I wish the colors were less muted. It makes sense. It makes sense why the colors are muted. It's a dark world. It's depressing. But the covers of the manga.
Have you seen Zom 100?
Yeah. Wait. No, I've seen trailer. Not.
Okay,
I
was going to say,
know.
if you want colors in
Yeah.
a gritty environment, boy howdy, do I have a show for you.
I need to watch that. I've heard good things and I want to. But yeah. I like a show that's pretty. Give me a work of art, and I love the Chainsaw Man manga. And I'm so glad there's so many endings and openings to the Chainsaw Man anime.
They went all in on that show. That they said,
Yeah.
okay, we know this is going to be big. We know there's a fandom. We will help drum up the hype, and we will invest because, good lord, a unique ending with high-profile musicians from the Japanese
For
music
all of
industry. It's just
them.
like, I was not familiar with many of them because I'm not, for as much as I am into anime, I don't know a whole bunch about Japanese music industry and whatnot. But people that I know that are into that stuff were floored, and I was like, the fact that you're impressed tells me that they must have done something.
They got a lot of people of like some different styles, and I don't hate any of the songs. I can enjoy all of them for different reasons. I think my favorite's the pseudo one, which they called the song "In the Back Rooms," and it's got the most trippy visuals. It's that, but all of them are good. And yeah, good. Worth Chainsaw Man, not the best anime, but still very much worth the watch. And
Yeah.
then read the manga, and the illustrations that Fujimoto does are for the covers are bombastic and bright and beautiful. And I wish there was more of that in the anime, but I am satisfied with what we got. So yeah, that is my onions on anime.
Yeah, when I'm consuming content, it is usually in one of two forms: either watching VTubers or watching anime.
Yeah.
And that I watch a lot of anime, actually. Probably more than I should. Well, no, I'm not even going to say more than I should, because I will watch sometimes, like if I watch 12 shows in a season.
12 shows in a season is like
sometimes.
half the season.
No, not nowadays. Nowadays it's like
Okay,
50,
not
60,
nowadays, but
it's a lot. But if you think about it, so break that down into what is the time span that it's approximately an hour for
a day
for 3 episodes, approximately. Hour 15 minutes, 3 episodes, and about when you get to the point of 4 or 5 episodes, that's about the length of a movie. To say I watch 2 movies a week is not a really crazy, absurd notion.
Not really, but I feel like most people do 1 movie a week. Maybe I don't talk to too many movie people. Maybe. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of movies either.
This is also aided by the fact that I don't play as many video games as I used to.
I probably play more video games than I watch anime. Now that I think about it.
Yeah.
But if I watch a seasonal show, it's like, it's 1, and then I'll just like watch things randomly that are
and I very much recognize that I'm an anomaly in that sense. I just sort of draw the parallel of 2 movies a week to justify, because I get that on its surface, people look at me like 12 shows, holy cow, that must consume your entire life. And it's like, no, it actually is super manageable. I'm the type that I will not hesitate to drop shows if they don't keep my interest. But, sometimes there's a really good season with just a lot of really good stuff. And then there are other seasons where I might start with 12 and end with 5, 6, 7, 8 that just continue to be good and that I'll enjoy. And, then I'm watching a movie and a half a week.
So what is, besides 100, what is worthwhile this season?
This season, it has been a particularly weak season, actually.
Okay, I can deal with that.
In terms of new shows, because, there are certain ones that are continuing that are sort of a layup, but at the same time, if you haven't been watching the previous seasons, you're not going to continue. Like, Jujutsu Kaisen is currently ongoing, and you need to see season 1. It's not actually too far in that, it's not on season 5. It's not One Piece. That if you still want to get into it, you can go back and watch season 1 on your own time and be caught up pretty easily. But for new shows, the one that has really had my attention the most is one called Undead Murder Farce. And it is a mystery show with a lot of elements of supernatural, but then they also... This becomes very apparent by episode 3, so it's mild spoiler, but I can keep it very easily in vague enough terms that it's not full spoiler. They start weaving in mystery, detectives, and creatures from literary history, left, right, and center, into the story. That in this world, the main two characters are not inspired by existing literary figures. But in short order, you hear a passing reference of, Count Dracula was killed a couple months back. Okay, that's sort of one-off. Then in episode 3, you hear that Arsène Lupin exists in this world. In Sherlock Holmes, there's this guy in London who's been solving a lot of mysteries lately, and he might be a match for Arsène Lupin. And then you recognize, that's Frankenstein. Okay, that's just the Phantom of the Opera, and that
gothic horror,
yes,
mishmash. I've seen those videos on YouTube where it's like, here's the good stuff this season and here's the hot trash. I've seen a couple of those, and this has definitely caught my interest. Not enough that I don't care.
The main duo reminds me, what's the best analogy? Because the two play off of each other so well that they antagonize each other in the sense that they tease each other. There is zero romantic tension in this teasing. Both ends do it, and neither ever gets actually mad at the other. They're both in on the joke, and it's just... They have this banter that is really rare, because usually when you see two characters constantly needling each other and insulting each other, that it's, sort of a tsundere complex type of thing, or that they have these legitimate problems with each other that they are having to get over for the greater good or whatnot. And these two are actually just really good friends, and it's not even that it's a love language, but they understand each other, they are good friends, and they will not hesitate to poke the other. But you never actually see them get angry, that they will feign anger, like over the top of, oh, how dare you? But that's like them saying, oh, good one. And it's such a fun dynamic, and that it's then good mystery writing on top of it. And I'm just a sucker for mystery in general. And then you get the benefit of all the literary stuff on top of it.
That sounds like I will enjoy it, probably, because it isn't the same at all. But like the aesthetic gives me a similar sort of vibe to the Ancient Magus Bride, where it like has like a lot of like creatures spanning different mythologies, and it weaves it into the narrative. and
in the sense of weaving mythology into a narrative, yes, similar in that sense. Very different types of narratives, very different types of mythologies, but yes, that's the same core concept of taking inspiration, taking recognizable creatures, characters, having them still loosely based and recognizable from their source content, but repurposing them for the story at hand and not being constrained by it and making a new story. Have you ever seen Senpai Doesn't Dream of Bunny Girl?
Yes.
The dynamic of those two characters, where they're constantly needling each other. There is romantic tension between the two of them, but in the sense of it's not Haruhi and Kyon, where Haruhi is the one that is always in control. Kyon is just trying to keep everything straight and restrain Haruhi from destroying the universe and all that jazz. But that that
Bunny Girl.
in Bunny Girl, that
good.
They eventually develop a relationship in that they both will nag each other and needle each other a bit, and that it's never a personal thing. And yes, they do have other emotions in addition, but imagine that type of dynamic pre-established from episode 1, but then also cranked up and then cranked down any romantic tension involved. It's that type of witty banter.
That sounds interesting, and I would like that a lot to watch.
Now I'm trying to think how we got on that thread. And I'm now realizing we've been at this for, about 5.5 hours.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I don't know where the time went, for real. So it's been somehow. So somehow, like watching 7 episodes of an anime.
Yeah, there you go.
This
is.
You can watch one stream.
You can watch
with
one
me,
stream with
or 7 episodes of an anime.
So this has been so much fun. I'm sure that left to our own devices, we could go on forever, but it is getting late, and I am admittedly getting a bit hungry. So
go eat. I'm hungry too. I haven't had dinner yet.
I have
it's
two
all good.
last quick questions. They're
Sure.
only consistent ones that I ask my guests. The first is, do you have any goals for the remainder of the year? That we are, as of a couple days ago, in September, last quarter of the year. Is there anything, either, it could be an art project, a type of stream that you want to do? Could be metrics-based. I'll admit very few people actually answer metric-based, but, is there a project that you're hoping to complete?
Okay, I want to have a lot of fun and finish Fire Emblem. Guess what? That's achievable.
That's a goal.
Maybe.
That's a goal.
Yeah, that's a goal. That counts. It counts as a goal.
And then the last one that I ask all my guests, and we have kind of covered it already, but to put a bow on things, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but like I said, some people have a very deep connection with their model. Some people, it's really just a content creation tool, mask that they have a very, professional isn't the term, a very practical approach and connection that they might say, I can't imagine creating content without the model, but there's not that deep emotional connection. And neither is wrong, in that there's plenty of shades of gray in between, and that different people get different things from VTubing. So for you, Bodega Rat, I actually want to change back to the main screen for this.
Yeah.
What does being a VTuber mean to you?
It is a tool that pushes me into doing things that I haven't tried before. Things like public speaking, things like, I'll try a new genre of video game, things like I sing in a big thing and I'm not a singer. I'll try to draw in a different style. I'll do a thing. I'll try something new. And it is an outlet to explore new things. And that is, as you get older, it's harder to justify trying. Not that old people don't try new things, but it's like you get the opportunity to do something different happens less, and so it is an avenue for creating those opportunities.
I always ask that at the end of the show because sometimes we sort of discuss that during the show. Frankly, more often than not, we don't. And that one, I feel like it puts a nice bow on things. And while I never know exactly how someone will answer, the answers always make sense because even after talking to someone for just a couple of hours, that it can sort of give that indication of why they do what they do, what they enjoy. And even if it is on just a basic level, but then to hear it from them in their own words and to really, like I said, at the end of it all, put a bow on why you're here, frankly. And that I'm so glad that you found VTubing. I'm so glad that you've found so many friends at the cover. Like I said, I'm so excited for you having done that, and especially when you say that singing isn't something that you normally do. And I'm glad that you were able to break out of your shell a little bit there and be interested in doing that. And that I hope that you do more. And even if you never release, an album or even a solo cover, that hopefully you have chances to do other things like this down the line, and that I know there's going to be a lot more fun to come, and I'm so happy that you took time to be here, and that my average show goes 2 to 3 hours. The last couple shows though have gone really long. I think I've gotten good, I guess, at finding people that like to talk.
I was kind of hoping that I would be one of I'd set a record.
You'd be challenged to set a record because that did get, prior to a month ago, my record was actually set at episode 100 when Renslayer went 7 hours 25 minutes. And then Imakuni blew that out of the water recently. We went for 8 hours 45 minutes. So still a ways off, but I will say that once you pass the 5 hour mark, you're in top 20%, if not top 10%, that you are a standard deviation above the average for sure.
I guess I can be just a little bit better than everybody else instead of the best. The best, the best, the best. Yeah. That'll do. That'll do.
But seriously, this has been so much fun. Just thank you, and thank you to anybody who's been in chat for any amount of time. If you were here for the pre-show to see the Nico Nico Douga cover, thank you for sticking around. If you were rated in, stuck around, thank you so much. If you just got here in the last couple minutes, thanks for being here at all. And if you're watching YouTube, hi YouTube, like, comment, subscribe, and thanks for making it to the end.
Hi, I have a YouTube. Look at the things I do on YouTube. They're completely different. Okay,
links
bye.
will be in the video description. Yeah.
Yay!
And the last question: who would you like us to raid?
Okay.
I'll give you a second. Oh, do you actually have an answer right offhand?
I have an answer.
Oh, usually I have to buy time.
This is legit one of my favorite VTubers of all time. All-time top 5 VTuber. He's a funny motherfucker. Way more chaotic than me. Please give your raid to Zabumbi. This is the guy. Fucking
Zabumbi.
Weirdo. Yeah. Very hyper, very silly, and very fun every time I get to watch. So you better follow this guy. Get that, I am no longer asked. Actually, no, I'm no longer. There's a lot of people I've known since like my first couple of like months. And he's one of them. Like there's a lot of good friends I made by being a weird anime person, and this is one of them.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Well, folks in chat, be sure to send lots of emotes and let Zabambi know that Bodega Rat sent you all. Again, if you are interested in more shows like this, you can follow me here on Twitch and Twitter. It's just Vtuber Talk both places. I do these shows about once a week. Not much consistency because I try to schedule around the guests, but I do always post announcements whenever I have a show scheduled. So if you're interested, you can follow me there. But even if you're not following me, please be sure to follow Bodega Rat. If for some absurd reason you aren't doing so already, did a shout out. Links here at the bottom of the screen, video description, panels if you're on Twitch. Do follow her and
Thank you.
Other good folks at the South Side that I think I've interviewed like 6 South Side people now, actually.
Dude, do all eventually. Wait, don't. I won't say it. Interview all of them. Interview all of them eventually. There's many cool people. Maybe interview my Naka Broques. Maybe.
If it wasn't painfully obvious, I am at the point of paying attention to the South Side. And that I try to bounce around and keep a variety.
It is good.
But I suspect you are not going to be the last person from the South Side that I talk to. I certainly hope that you will not be the last person from the South Side that I talk to.
Most likely.
Well, again, thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm Jay. This is VTuber Talk. Have a awesome rest of your evening, everyone. See you all next time.
Bye-bye.